Good evening, everybody. Let me just take a second here and make sure that all of the numbers are where they need to be, just in terms of video quality and all of that. We've got it. So, this could be the end of the Natraxian Rum Runners playthrough. I'm not gonna rush it. I'm enjoying Stellaris, but we do have the endgame crisis coming up, and we have started to... I completely forgot to adjust one of these things. I think that should fix it. But yeah, the crisis is going on. We have become the Galactic custodian. We survived last week, which was more than I was expecting. And so the reason this may be the finale is that we are in a position to be able to try and take the fight to the Unbidden. Now, it's going to be a very hard-won victory, and even if we defeat the crisis, we may not actually win, because we are actually pretty far behind the Fallen Empires and the Advanced Starts. But we're going to do our best, and the first thing that I need to do is deal with all of this unemployment. I gotta let this hold back for a bit. But at this point, I do actually need to think a bit about how I'm going to be distributing all of the different workers and just get, how I'm going to make this all work better. So for starters, I'm actually going to take Calsoch. I believe Calsoch... Okay, nope, they can absorb some of the... Okay, so actually for the starters, I'm just going to take all of the unemployment... As much as I can, I'm going to shove those onto the planet with the most room. Once we've done that, okay. So the Vengral is not in a great spot. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to find any world with Raxar. Actually, even Raxar technicians in this case. Raxar clerks, Raxar technicians are the sort of things that need to be... Oh, yeah, that doesn't help me. So this is definitely going to take a little while for me to sort out. My apologies for that. Noxcam, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by. I should actually also... I know I've been a little inconsistent in terms of when I say this, so I just want to get this out of the way right up at the start. I am playing a copy of Stellaris that was given to me from Paradox for promotional purposes. I was given both the base game as well as all of the DLC that I'm playing, with the exception of the Plantoids and Humanoids DLC, which I bought on my own dime. But I know it's good to disclose that sort of stuff. So one of the drawbacks about trying to disclose is you never know the right... Like on a live broadcast, not necessarily everybody kind of comes in at the same time. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I may not actually keep it like this, but yeah, so like a perfect example there, right? I had a I had a small interruption in my train of thought, and then I was like, oh, so is that a really good disclosure? Like, obviously I sort of stumbled over my words, and maybe that's not as clear to people in terms of what's going on. So, the biggest one for me is I try to do my best. I try to be as clear as I can in terms of those kinds of interests and, what they might mean. I don't know what I'm doing here. You know what? Let me just take all the unemployment and stick it on one world. Okay, that doesn't help me. Okay, anyways, sorry. Let me get that out properly. So I'm playing a copy of the game, both the base game as well as kind of all the major DLC, the exceptions being the Planetoid and Humanoids DLC, and then I'm not playing with the Necroids and Aquatics DLC. I don't own those. And again, however long it's been, it's probably one of these things that should be disclosed, which I'm doing now. I'm obviously a very big fan of Stellaris. And obviously, you know, the standards for getting promotional keys seem to be getting stricter and stricter over time. So as far as I'm concerned, I would really like to continue streaming this game. But of course, it always sort of exists sort of under the, maybe not under the, but sort of by the grace or at least the alignment with their plans for promoting the game. One of the drawbacks here is that I think there's kind of been an expectation that's been created in terms of playing the latest version of the game, which I may not necessarily always have access to now. So I certainly don't want to, I don't want to give the impression, that there's never an expectation along those things. Obviously, developers kind of need to decide what fits their interests the best, but I'd definitely be interested in continuing on with the game. And if it turns out, great. And if it doesn't turn out, I will do my best to play something that I think is equally interesting. I don't think there's any shortage of interesting. Okay. No, that's not interesting, actually. Sorry. I'm getting too caught up in my own head. Okay, Rexari Clerks doesn't help me, so let's... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, right, because it's the other Calsoj. Yeah. So again, we're basically on our hunt for any... what's going on Caster? So I should have paid closer attention. So the first thing we're doing, I want to focus a lot on the war when I can. In this case, it does cost me energy each time I do one of these moves, but it's 50 energy, and I just make so much. Well, right now I actually don't make a whole lot, but generally energy is not that hard for me to come by. So what I'm going to do now, one thing that I would kind of benefit from, so the way that this screen works, right? So we've got Kirox's private stash at the top. Now, if I go to Ducarex, Kirox's private stash is at the top, so it's a little tricky sometimes to keep track of where I should be paying attention to. But basically, the big idea here, all of my unemployment's now on Gruner Prime. And what I'm going to try and do here is fill all of the unemployment. One of the ways that I can fill unemployment is by replacing any Raxar that are performing sort of tasks that they, that they've got kind of better assignments for, let's say. Actually, so I wonder here if I got rid of the odd factory worker at this point. Yeah, okay. That helps. Okay. Oh, now I've caused a problem. Oh, right, technician. There we go. Okay, well that didn't help me. Huh. That's a little confusing, actually, but anyways, we'll work it out. But yeah, so sorry, like as I was saying, I want to try and work out where I can stick, or where I can try and get my my Netraxians out of sort of base work jobs and move them. Actually, so a good example here would be, okay, soldier job. Can I get one of these guys doing that? No, I believe soldier. Oh, hang on. Can I actually work that out? Color me a little surprised, but let's see if I can... Oh, is Asian technician? That doesn't make any sense at all. So where did my Netraxian go? Yeah, okay, we got 4 clerks, so... Huh. Okay, I'm not going to mess with the soldiers, but yeah, it's clear that I've got a whole bunch of Rexari clerks, which need to find a better place to be. Again, this is going to have some implications for my pocketbook, so I want to be a little careful. I think we already checked out Faradex, but... Okay, Siluria. Okay, so we got 2 Raxar clerks. Now I've got 10. Okay, so... That should be my unemployment dealt with for a while. Okay. I've got low stability on Calsoch, which is a... Alright, now this I don't quite understand. So I've got 59 pops. Now, I was under the impression that... So what is it with... So we've got like a system like Nadal, which has got available housing of 23 with my districts. But for some reason... Oh, because of the devastation. Right. Okay. Unfortunately, there's not a lot that I can do about that. I think we just have to... I think we just need to wait it out. Oh, that's right. We've got a new bail option as well. Okay. So got a few things. What I'll do here, I'll put distribute luxury goods on this world just to try and boost the amenities a little bit, try and make everybody a little bit happier. So this is the world we saved from destruction from the Unbidden. So I believe it's Kuiper Prime that is due for a transformation. Just want to double check here that none of the other worlds need attention. Okay, now there's one other thing that I wanted to deal with here, which was I had a bunch of Azazians working... Actually, I think resettling makes the most sense here. So I'm actually going to take a second here. I had a bunch of Azazians working on... No, sorry. I need to find a mining world first. And again, this is just about trying to get a bit of efficiency in the... Oh, this is interesting. So for some reason, Grunner didn't get its last couple of jobs. That's fine. Okay, Subra 3 also is short on job. I need a second here. I suspect I'll probably just put more industrial districts in, but I should figure that out. Actually, you know what? What do the other big stations look like? Yeah, it looks like we're kind of committing to the... See, unity would be helpful here. But we're on a war footing, so... Okay, the Agra world we've maxed out. Yep, just keep producing the tools of war. Definitely research districts here. So I have a suspicion this is a bunch of stuff I should have gotten done quite a bit earlier. Okay, so this is a perfect example here. So now we've got Zygar Prime. That's a mining world. Actually, oh, darn it. I'm going to be back in just a quick second. I need to grab my notebook because I'm going to make a bit of a labor shift. I've already spent a whole bunch of money on the labor, and in this case, this is a good chance for me to get a few things shifted around. So I'll be back in just a second because I need to take some notes. So my big interests here are the farming worlds and mining worlds. And we can sometimes see these titles on here, but I actually want to see, when I call them mining worlds, I'm actually specifically interested in worlds with lots of mining districts. So, mining... So basically, New Bale should be going on farming worlds, and Azazians should be going on mining worlds. Yeah, okay. So, oh, that's no good. Okay. So yeah, this is another example where I want Azazians. In fact, one thing I might do is just do a migration off of this world and throw them into, throw the Azazians back. Okay, so contrast this here. We've got the New Bale. This is on Kat Nab. There's no other improvement that I can do. At this point, it's clear that the farmers are exactly where they need to be. I should start taking note of the worlds that have got these Rexari clerks, but... do I really just have the one? I thought I had more than one farming world. Soch. Okay, they're full of New Bale as well. And I believe we are currently selling our surplus for food. Okay. So nothing I can really do about the New Bale. However, I can take any Azazians that I find and stick them on onto Zygar Prime first of all. So, we're going to go back to the resettle menu, but in this case I can put Zygar Prime in place here. Okay. This is a little suspicious. Okay, yeah. So technicians like this is absolutely no good. So let's just put all of the Azazians in. Oh, that's bad. Okay. So next up, we want to replace the technicians. Now, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to give me any details as to who's best equipped for this. Yeah. Okay. I mean, there may have been a better option, but in this case, I'm just going to take it. So the other thing I should actually, I am going to take a quick note here. At the very least, these will be my first. These will be my first places to look for future upgrades. And again, what I'm really trying to do here is just make sure that on my mining worlds, I've got the people with a big bonus to doing that kind of work, working those tiles. There's a couple of worlds where it's clear that they're not. So I want as much as I can to get those numbers up. And the reason that's important right now is that if I can get some efficiencies in terms of the minerals, I believe I'm currently importing some. Yeah, I'm buying 130. So if I can shift that around and sort of cover my costs, that just means we can either buy more alloys or we can put more back into the bank because we are getting a little short on cash. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at once. I thought we had at least one more case of Azazians being where they weren't supposed to be, but looks like I could be wrong. So yeah, another example here. Gas refiner, I'm pretty sure we can find other people. Oh yeah, we've got 10 clerks on Kelsoch. So there's definitely movement that we can do. Olaf, good to see you. How you doing? I feel like we already checked Suber 3, but this is where the other miners would have gone if I had more. Here's an interesting idea. So I'm going to take one Azazian, stick it on there. So what I can do now on this world, we can now change the breeding to an Azazian. And likewise on Zygar Prime. Wow, we would have been full. Okay, interesting. So I'll avoid building any more of those. Sorry, building populations. Yes, that's how that works. I'm doing all right, Olaf. I don't know if my sleep schedule is 100% back to where it should be, but it's approximating something close to sensible. And that's good. So I'm happy to report that. Okay, looks like on Catnab we want to make some decisions. So let's just take a look at our trade. So we're buying. Yeah. Okay. So if I can reduce the purchases of minerals, that will help me out. The rest of these sales all make sense, so I'm not going to mess those around. Okay. What else was I going to try and do? Oh yeah, I was probably going to check the pops for Azasians, but I think I'll hold off on the temptation there. Right, sorry. I need to make decisions about what I'm going to do with the agri world. So, for resources. Oh yes, okay. So here's one way I can look at this. So on this agri world, there's not a whole lot for me to do. We've already got the energy grid up. We've got. I guess we could replace the cytorevitalization chambers as soon as we've got all the available jobs. But this is the thing: we haven't actually finished off our potential tasks here. So what are some other things that I could do? I could put down a corporate culture site and some Unity producing buildings. Or I could invest in refineries and focus a lot. Oh, no. Ministry of Production is not going to help. But a slave building should, because we've got a lot of manual labor on here. So yeah, slave processing facility. Okay, so that's one slot taken care of. So what I would probably do under normal circumstances would be, it's like, okay, so we've got trades going on. We're buying 12... We're buying 12 exotic gases, 32 volatile motes. Exotic gases cost us 1222. Motes cost us 1631. So in that case, it would make sense to refine more motes because that will reduce... Essentially, what you can think of it there, if we're making 2 motes, that's basically 32 energy. How many buildings can you think of that generate 32 energy? Not a lot. And that's actually probably what I'm going to wind up doing, except I forgot the bloody world. Right, Katanab. Yeah, so honestly, chemical plants maybe aren't the most sensible choice from the perspective of what's the long-term plan like after the crisis, but probably after the crisis it's game over. What's on the Senate floor right now? Focus the unbidden. Huh. That turned against us. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on this. If it turns in our favor, who can I call in on? Well, they're already supporting the motion, so. But yeah, if we get a slight edge in the interim, then I can end the session. For now, I think we're just in a bit of trouble. Okay. We're ready to start making some choices. Basically, we have fought back the unbidden. They are going to still be around. They're still going to cause problems for us. In fact, as far as I can tell, they're going to start moving on my territory again. But it's clear that my fleets are capable of taking them on. And so part of what my job is now is to work out a plan to sort of properly drive them back, and then eventually figure out what I'm going to do with these. So the main idea has been that I've got fleets that are capable of taking on the individual fleets. I'm going to trust that this fleet knows what it's doing. And I believe the fleet composition that I was going for was essentially build as many Titans as I can, and we've got more than we can handle, basically. And the rest of the plan was basically just keep investing in battleships. Right now, the shipyard is cranking out as many of these things as it can. But of course, we've got a fleet cap. We want to keep churning these things out until we get to that fleet cap. The priority right now is to get more of these battleships. One, it seems to be they're a bit more survivable against the Unbidden, which is good. But more importantly, they are... Well, no, actually, I guess it's the survivability against the Unbidden. But this was part of our strategy, and we were working that out. Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I didn't say what it was in comparison to. So the reason why I highlighted that... the reason why I want to be building battleships, I do eventually want to harden my borders again. But what I'm trying to do right now is get back to my fleet cap, not even necessarily for Galactic community reasons, but because these are sort of like floating defensive platforms. I guess the defensive platforms being in space are floating as well, but you know what I mean, right? I can move these things, whereas defensive platforms are something that the Unbidden can sometimes fly around, or that they need to fly into to be effective. So I've definitely had some luck in places like Shorax. The defensive platforms have really carried the day for me. But at this point, what I want to be doing is I want to make a push where I can into sort of this enemy, basically into this enemy territory. I want to be able to deal with anything that shows up in my borders or approaching my borders, and I want to be able to just take them out. Is the basic plan here. So I'm going to unpause and see what happens. Okay, so these guys are flying away. I think that's why I chose to engage this ship. Well, that is a very creative strategy, I'll give them that. Outpost rebuilt. We have once again gained control of the Chatlib system and rebuilt our outpost in orbit around the star. So one of the big things right now is getting my construction ships to just sort of run around the place and rebuild everything. I do eventually want to get some star bases up as well, so we're losing a lot of trade, which is something that will potentially affect my ability to generate alloys. Order restored on Zygar Prime. With a significant reduction of crime on Zygar Prime, the planet's once pervasive criminal underworld has been reduced to nothingness. The population has been imbued with a renewed sense of safety and harmony. So yeah, I'm really interested in what's going on here. Now, of course, we want to get this back for ourselves, but I need 200 days to recharge, but it's going to take me 103, so it's not worth it. So yeah, we'll probably lose this.
Starbase under attack.
Okay, we lost an admiral. The question is it an admiral who was leading? Probably. Okay, Zygar has got unemployment problems. Lots of unemployment problems. Okay, that was unexpected. So... Where's the other Calsoch? Where's the unemployment again? There we go. So we're going to have to mess around with this a little bit in the future, but... Okay, let me just get an idea of where my
We built
fleets
something.
are. So these ones we're loading up. This one we need to add some more ships. So we're actually 60... Sorry, let me just take a second here. I was hoping to put a little more effort into, breaking apart the bad people, but I do want to make sure that the economy is a little bit better tended this time around, just because we've kind of exhausted. We haven't fully exhausted, but I've. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I foolishly took a look at my mobile. I really appreciate it when people comment on YouTube videos. But so because again they help being noticed, but I've got people explaining Cultist Simulator lore to me on videos that are several months old, and they're actually being very annoying about it. So normally I'm really happy to see comments on those videos, and it's actually just one specific person who is definitely well actuallying a game that I understand very, very well. And so far as I can tell, like, it has been a couple months, so I may not remember what I said in those videos, but I'm not I think what they are doing is, well, I mean, this not be a first for the internet, but let's just say the principle of charity is not necessarily being applied here, right? It's like it's more, I think you think this thing which is wrong, as opposed to you actually said this thing which is wrong. But I'm trying to be a little more relaxed about that kind of thing. So, biting my tongue. Okay. So we need 2 battleships to... Why did they reassign that leader? That doesn't make any sense. So here, this will just bring it closer to the maximum. It's a little bit like the Kotala Voidstalkers. It'd be nice if we can get it up to 100, but it's not the biggest priority right now. Okay, back to focusing on Stellaris. So again, we have a little bit of rearming. We have a bit of time basically before we're going to see the full benefit of what we've been doing. But we move forward with what we have, and if we can reduce, so like this sort of stuff is bad because it requires effort on my part to rebuild it all. But the more I can put into rebuilding the empire and like holding it, the better. And in this particular case here, I've got a pretty clear path to, reclaim all of these worlds. Actually, it looks like I might be able to take a few things off of my allies. Maybe not. We'll see. But if there's any idle construction ships, that's gotta... Oh, that makes me sad. Okay. I guess I can sort of understand science ships being idle, but...
Hostile fleet. Can we take them? Starbase lost.
Okay, which fleet is this? This I sort of just have to accept. Alright, monthly food output increased or habitability increased. Habitability will give me access to another building slot and resettlement reductions. Orbital bombardment damage reduced by 25%. That's the difference between worlds being lost to the Unbidden or not. So we are going to do Dietary Enrichment. The nutritional value of the nourishment we harvest for our populations can be increased through various enrichment techniques, enabling us to feed more mouths with less food. I'm still not 100% sure what I want to be doing with the rest of these. Like, there's definitely some that I can think of. But I'm really, at this point, actually, hang on. Edicts might... there might be a small improvement. Yeah, so right now, for being over, I believe this is affecting the upkeep for these items. If upkeep exceeds the size of the fund, regular unity will also be used. So it's just using the unity. It's not using the... it's not affecting the... Okay, I think I can actually live with that. And there's a side of me that would say, hey, maybe we should also go for the naval capacity here, but I don't need naval capacity. I actually need better capabilities for my ships. So we're just going to stick with that for now. Okay, that's a lot of systems that we're getting picked off. Ooh, I don't like seeing that. Loxongrak Va has renewed the rivalry. Maybe not the best time to be doing that, but I think for starters, I'm going to try selling more food.
Wow. We really
to cover
hit
that
this tech out of the
that
ballpark.
difference. Okay, latest generation of battleship hulls have optimized structural integrity fields and improved bulkheads. Minerals will... no, I'm going to do the Juggernaut, actually. I don't plan on building one anytime soon, but I want to have the option if it comes to that. Okay, so these guys probably should have been in a... Oh no, they're fully healed. Okay, so one thing I want to keep an eye out for... So do I need to worry about any threats in this region right now? There is a side of me that wants to say no. I do need to be a little worried about what's in Viriac. But I think in this case here, it'd actually be really nice to start clearing out. And if I can have one fleet sort of going kind of up like this and one fleet sort of going to the right like this, I'll feel a little bit better about the whole thing. Because again, we're definitely going to need some reinforcements on this side of things. And again, just keep cranking out as many battleships as I can. Until we get to the fleet cap, it's just going to be battleships, battleships, battleships. Ugh, that's ugly. This might be the first time we test against one of those big ones. Looks like they might try and take the starbase. Again, at this point, I just really need to get a handle on the state of the world. Increased strength in response to the violent confrontations between Super Raxar and Raxar inhabitants on Katanab. The Super Raxar have taken genetic modifications one step further. They are now both stronger and faster, while their bodies can take punishment that would kill normal Raxarii. Just 2 unarmed Super Raxar reportedly killed at least a dozen members of the Raxar militia in a recent incident. We may be looking at a dangerous escalation. I didn't give them orders. That's a real shame. Okay.
Engaging hostile station.
I wonder if they'll get the credit for taking out the base. I'm kind of happy that we didn't have to give up too much for that, because that's just going to mean that I'm able to... oh, this will be interesting. They may not... I don't think they're going to make it. That's a real shame. I should have paid closer attention. So unfortunately, we just lost a big defensive structure in Vite. We're going to have to reclaim that. So let's redirect the ships. And again, the sooner the Trellic Voidstalkers get to where they need to be, the happier I'm going to be. Oh, hang on, they're going to Fuela. There might be a nasty base waiting for us, though.
Liquidating foreign assets.
Yikes, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so it looks like the motion to focus on the unbidden past. It also looks like we've got some big deficits here. So, first things first, let's sell off the food. Let's also refactor... Okay, so... And unfortunately, at these prices, I'm going to have to roll back the alloy purchases. I don't want to, but I need to make sure that we're covering our expenses. So at $13.99 a piece. Probably easier to just round to 14, but I think that's something like 30 alloys. Did we beat these guys already? I wasn't paying attention, sorry. Okay. Okay, I'm really reluctant to try and reclaim these systems. Well, no, I guess we've got a ship moving into the area. No, I should probably be rebuilding in sort of the next, in basically logical locations. Well, that's encouraging if we've got this many minerals. Maybe what we do then... maybe we just try drawing down from our stockpile. I know I'm going to have to build like a whole bunch. But for the time being... What in the world? Where did these guys come from? Oh, that sucks. Because I spent all the effort getting the ships in this area here. Ugh. So I need to reclaim Vite. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to jump to this system.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
Thing is, like, there's a very real danger that Kelso, which we put so much effort into defending in the first place, could be lost because of the sudden surprise. I just really wish I understood where these things kept coming from. So we're going to be engaging them
Research station lost.
at a... we're gonna be in a position of weakness here, so I may wind up losing this fleet. I'm a little scared about it, but I kind of need to deliver. Actually, the one... Yeah, they just don't have that much time to hold out. No, in this case, we got to charge in, even though it means taking a fight in less than ideal circumstances. So let's try and balance this out. So yeah, our numbers are really low. The basic mechanics of ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. So where we can, better shield hit points, and then energy credits as a secondary priority. Okay, Kefroth can get an upgrade. I guess I can't put anything on Kalsoch because it's currently under siege. I think we lost a battleship. Oh, Jesus Christ, we lost 2 battleships off of that. We can't afford to have losses like that. Okay, it's just 1 battleship. I'm freaking out about very minor things. Okay. We'll peel 1 off for a replacement. And as always, queue up as many new battleships as we can get. It would make sense to have another batch of shipyards, but again, my alloys are already sort of already spoken for. Okay, so I normally would want this fleet to have a chance to sort of repair and rearm. In this case, I need to rescue my system.
Construction complete.
Okay, this is encouraging. Cool. Kalsoch lives to see another day. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to heal up this fleet, and then we're actually going to post it until... We're going to post it in ChatLib until we've seen the end of this. We may not even get that, but... If I can get this 3rd fleet online, that will help me a lot. Okay, so if I can, I want to try and find some things to spend influence on. My best use of influence right now is just to reclaim all of my old systems. So second best would be to bring another resolution to the floor. Okay, United Front, definitely. Oh, but we already have a pending resolution, right? So we can't use influence there. There used to be things that I would dump influence in. Oh, right. Branch offices. But all my best branch office options are actually closed off to me right now. So as much as I hate to waste it, I think in this case here I'm actually gonna go without. We also have a chance to sell quite a few more industrial goods, so I'm gonna add that to the sale. Food I'm gonna get a little more aggressive on selling. I'm not gonna start buying up minerals quite yet. Okay, good. Thanks to the quick and decisive action of the boys working with civilians on Kalsoch, the threat of imminent and violent riots have been quelled. So I definitely want to see what's going on in the Theman system. Okay, we're earning a little more money, so let's say it's 11 right now, so we'll add another 10. I don't want to go too crazy with the finances yet. So we'll see what the situation is with repairs first. It does give us a chance to have some more ships. I might even just send one fleet into... Oh god, I can't have these guys sitting around doing nothing. So reclaiming Vite is probably the best for me. I'd like to take even more, but we do have the neighboring... sorry, we're neighboring the... Oh, actually... Durelian. If we can claim that, we can put a proper fortress there. And that's how I should be thinking right now. So let's claim those two first. And the extra dimensional armada, let's just see how they... So I'm hoping they go after this. Alright, so I'm gonna lose my... Oh, wow. I misjudged... Okay. I don't know what took up all that influence, but oh, you know, it's probably the construction. Okay. A few things I want to be looking at. One, all my fleets moving. Two, my construction ships constructing. In fact, I may want to build more construction ships, but where would... I guess the question is, where would I build them, right? We're busy dealing with the crisis.
Construction complete.
Okay, we're losing too much money. I'll give it one more turn at this rate, but yeah, we're losing... I wish I was generating more in terms of alloys, but I can live with what we've got right now, simply because we're we're backed up in terms of battleships. We got 29 in the queue. So again, that does actually make building another shipyard a higher priority than what it might normally be. But again, I basically just need to put my ships where they're needed right now. These guys need another battleship. If I can get myself to a point where I have that third fleet.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
God, is this gonna hurt me? I don't like the fact that the Techaris are taking this as a chance to expand their territory.
Planetary production hub established.
Okay, that's good. We will life seed it. A lot of so good opportunities for mining districts, and we are actually short on minerals, so maybe we take the opportunity. And then we normally do gene clinics. There's actually a side of me that says we should put a shield generator on every world, but I think that has a really high energy cost. So that may not be something I can afford right now. Okay, Kuiper. Right, that's the new planet. Siluria, though. I think Kelsoch is a good candidate. No, maybe not. Zygar. At this point, any world with a big number in front of it is eligible. Right, and then we've got blockers to clear. Probably don't want to be drawing down my energy credits like this, but holy crap, what happened? I don't get it. We'll go up to 70 and see what that does. Alien megastructure completed. We have received word that the Meravania Imperial Suns have completed the Sentry Array in the Magic system. We should assume that they now have virtually perfect intel pertaining to the location and makeup of our fleets. I would have loved to own one of those, but as you can guess, I've got other priorities right now. But yeah, so reinforcing. Okay, so clearly I miscalculated. These guys are fine. I kind of want to start taking the fight to the enemy at this point. This could bite me. Nope, actually I'm gonna just keep. So I don't like the fact that I'm wasting this fleet just having it sit here, but I think I need to wait till the planet's rebuilt at minimum. So as an alternative, let's find out where these guys are going, and then I think I am actually gonna try and take out the big guy here. Okay, idle construction ships make me sad.
Boom! We built something. Another bleeding-edge technology discovered.
Okay, restructuring the managerial web linking core worlds to the capital can help alleviate the administrative stressors and information choke points that frequently arise within a budding empire. So bonus to unity, good. Naval capacity probably isn't my biggest deal right now. Fleet command limit would be kind of nice because I'm able to deal with... because I'm able to add more battleships. But I think in this case here, we'll just go for the cheaper tech, and that's Ascension Theory. Okay, and we're, again, generating pots of money, so let's go for another 2 in terms of the alloys. I might be a little aggressive on that, but we can always pull it back if we need. And again, the big things that I want to be looking at right now are just whatever fleets wind up idle. I'm curious if we're going to be able to catch up with these. I'm also somewhat encouraged to see that I don't need to upgrade my fleets to take advantage of the improved shields. The agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we offer? I'd like to extend the deal. So this is one of the reasons why I need to keep the finances in the black, is I still want to have that research agreement. We're not going to catch them, are we? Hopefully they turn around when they see us. Remove the... Oh, all right. I'm happy with that. Yeah, that sucks. So we're probably going to lose this system.
What just happened? Revenue's decreasing.
Okay, well, they went for the energy source, so that might give me the time that I need. Now they're going to build... Yeah, that sucks. At this point, like, so clearly we've got fleets that can handle them. We're just so slow in building them that it puts us at a disadvantage. I am really interested in how this fight turns out, though. So what I like here is that this means that we can take on a fleet and a base without...
Boom. We built
So basically we can take on a fleet and a base without having to basically recharge. So what I'm going to do now, I want to clear this out for sure. And then I want to... Yeah, this is going to be my test. Chilaban's going to be my test run. So what I would prefer to do if I could is just focus everything on clearing through here and getting back through the L gate. That's probably not going to happen though, because they always have the option of kind of coming out through their portals and taking the chatlib system. I'm really weak there. So this is one of the reasons why I want to get another fleet up and running. Basically, so I stop being, stop being bullied in my backyard. I can sort of give up some of this territory. Like I don't mind having chatlib as sort of the edge of the empire if it has to be that. But just being able to, just being able to know that the Tekkaris aren't going to be able to sort of muscle in on that territory. I got a few things that I want to try and push to my advantage. We're short on minerals now, so I enjoyed a little bit of a holiday of having to pay for this, but I gotta get the finances back in order. Okay, so paying too much. We'll probably have to redo the finances again, but... So we're getting close to where we need to be with the Trellick Voidstalkers. This is basically my this is my third fleet. This is something I've been waiting for a while. And that's particularly good because it's going to push me... Basically, it's going to allow me to open up another front. So basically, I've got cleanup here. I've got one fleet that'll be able to do cleanup in here. And then I've got the one fleet to defend up here. So really, at this point, the thing that'll be slowing us down are the construction ships. And of course, I can build more construction ships if it comes to that. Again, we're not going to hold up on battleship construction. Essentially, I want to be at my fleet cap before I start investing in more more ships like this. I wonder what's going to happen here. Ah, that sucks.
Boom. We built something. The aliens are reaching out.
The Omni sequence would like to establish an embassy. All right, we aim to establish an embassy on Kirox's private stash for the future betterment of Omni and the boys' diplomacy. We agree. Okay, again, I've been idle. So let's go. So this thing is significantly more powerful than us in terms of numbers. I want to see how strong it is in practice. Can you not fit? Okay. Obviously, I'm very interested in the outcome of this. All right. Somebody... Why are we losing so much money now? Oh, probably our trade. Ooh, yeah, they took a battleship, 2 battleships out of the fight already. It's looking kind of grim. Yeah, we just lost 2, 3. Ooh, that was a costly experiment. We once again gained control of the super system and rebuilt our outpost in orbit around the star. Okay. So I think it's pretty clear here. 4 battleships lost. Yikes. I think it's pretty clear here we can't afford to... we can't afford to just solo those, but I think if we have 2 fleets, we can take it. Okay. Can't quite end the session yet, but let's see what happens to the income. Cool. A lot of unemployment again, so do the usual thing. Let's just start by Zandaban. Cool. Now that surprises me a little bit, that we've got an unemployed robot. So I feel like robots are better miners than Zakplot. Okay. Oh, right, because they want scientists there, of course. Surely Calsoch is ready for... yeah. I kind of want to end this as soon as possible. Just so I can move on to the one that gives us the bonuses against the crisis. Oh, idle construction ships make me sad. So this is slightly more encouraging so far as the Techaris are concerned, but we've learned that we can't just send one fleet after the base there. From beneath the waves, the colonizers on Kuiper Prime regularly explore the planet in hopes of finding more resources to help with day-to-day life. A recent expedition to the North Pole has now unveiled a large object on the bottom of the ocean, an alien battle cruiser. The pressure of the deep will prove a challenge, but it is possible to get to the ship.
Log updated.
Okay. Probably not going to be the most important thing that we could work on. Hang on. Didn't we colonize this already? Oh, I colonized the wrong one! I guess the Super Raxar make a little more sense here. I don't even want to imagine what that's going to do to my overall harmony, but... Okay, we got some replacement ships on the way. I think I need one more. We're starting to see some encouraging numbers here. Okay, good. So I'm going to get them to clear out this base. Yeah, so we'll clear out that base. Then we're actually going to use the 2 ships to take on Chorus, and hopefully that will be enough to turn things to our favor.
Fleet. Can we take them?
Oh God, where are they? All right, nope, that's fine. They might be on their way to us, but we've got a ship ready to defend. Okay. I'm actually also going to reestablish some borders here. So yes, Chatlib is now the new frontier. So basically what I want to be doing right now is I want to make sure that everywhere the extra dimensional invaders could be entering, we've got a base ready to deal with them. Now there's some open questions. So like when I'm inside here, like I don't 100% know yet where I want to put the base. So Memaz makes sense. But I'd also have to put one in Amlitzer. Again, there's a little bit of a question there. Then of course there's Derelian, which I want to try and claim, and I'm gonna have to pay like the alloys. That's not free, basically. Although actually, one thing I am going to do. So let's upgrade the defensive platforms. I think maybe the time has come for me to start considering. No, let's establish my borders first, and then I'll start. So I was just thinking about the queue that I've got set up for all of these battleships. There might actually be a bit of sense. There might actually be a little bit of sense in me trying to. Trying to take some of those alloys and put them into projects that will have a more immediate benefit, and in this case, being able to sort of create some stronger defenses in different systems may be an option. I'm not sure. I think the Subra system could benefit from a better base. It's a tough call. I mean, again, Shorax should be defending the system from the system because of this wormhole, but in practice, they don't, because the Unbidden seem to be able to ignore my FTL inhibitor. The fact that this thing is armed to the teeth doesn't really seem to mean much. The salvage mission on Kuiper Prime has succeeded. The ancient cruiser that lay on the bottom of the ocean has resurfaced and repaired. It is a wondrous sight to behold, and from repairing it, our engineers have learnt some of the secrets behind its design. Okay, so cruiser ship doesn't exactly help my numbers here. That's not entirely true. Okay, apparently I miscounted, so I need one more, and then we're on... We're on track to the next
Ships
batch.
Upgraded.
Okay, good. Again, I want to keep an eye on what's going on up here. It's a little weird to see them kind of... Oh, you know what? They're probably coming out of Viriac. Again, I want to focus on one problem at a time. So they're obviously kind of carving their path through this whole area here. The more of these things that I can just sort of whack, the better. And I really could use the overall galactic community to sort of give me a hand. Because it's pretty clear they're not taking this very seriously right now.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
Okay, numbers are balancing out, okay? Yes, so I mean, this is kind of throwing away influence, but we've been throwing away influence every turn. Okay, so we've ended the limit. So I think in this case here, United Front... Imperial core shifting towards authoritarianism, adopting the imperial government. All incompatible civics are removed. It's tempting. We've got the support that we need for it. But obviously I want to be focusing on... So this, basically, the sooner I can get extra damage to the crisis, the better. Hopefully that thing goes straight to the top. If it doesn't, we'll make it an emergency measure in 2 years. Gotta figure out what I'm doing with the rest of these jobs and such on Kuiper Prime, but right now I'm just gonna leave it to sort itself out. The biggest things I should be looking at here are basically just my fleets and my construction ships. So there's no reason for... Yeah, so these two fleets definitely should be constantly on the move. Now obviously Difta is it's kind of the destination here, so I sort of understand why this one might be sitting around. Oh, is this one idle? What's going on here? Oh, okay, no, the Seaborn's on its way.
Boom. We built something.
Okay. So again, these things got to get upgraded as soon as possible, although I guess it wouldn't hurt to... these are defensive buildings, so we want... I think in this case we'll start with a simple gun and missile battery. Now obviously the Unbidden are very shield based, so we absolutely have to have the disruption field generator. After that we'll upgrade, and that's going to be how we approach... Basically every base that we build is going to approach this, because in practice none of this is going to matter until it gets to the top tier anyway. None of this is surviving until it actually becomes a proper defensive position. But I can at least sort of build it step by step in a logical way. I also want to keep in mind that I only have technically only have 2 more star bases to build.
Found some enemies.
God, they're all over the place. A mobile space base of unparalleled proportions. The Juggernaut ship class takes offensive warfare to a whole new level. Titan hulls makes a whole lot of sense here, I think. Again, I'd love to augment my defensive platforms, but my Titans are moving defensive platforms. Okay, encouraging numbers. We're on our way to getting our 4th fleet. Okay, the defensive pact between the 2 most powerful... Actually, they may not be the most powerful. I'm working my way up, but it's still gonna take... some effort. Okay, so this is encouraging. This is basically we've gotten rid of the infestation at this point. We're obviously going to want to take on the extra dimensional armada. I'm also probably going to want to claim all of these systems just so I can get it out of the way. In fact, one thing maybe what I want to do now is I go all the way up to the edge here. I just say, okay, this territory is mine now. Hang the cost for the empire size. And if the Narc consciousness doesn't like it, well, they should have defended their territory better. I think actually that, yeah, I'll make this a land grab. Well, sort of a land grab. I'll clear this out for sure.
Fleet. Can we take them?
The next question is going to be, can I... Sorry, just making sure I get my alloys up. I need to make sure I can defend this stuff. So I did want to have 2 sets of ships to take on Chorus as well. I should remember that. How are we on the relic? We are a long way away, so that colony ship might have been a little premature. We'll see. Whoa! That's a big fleet. But they're going after the Stellaris, so it's hard to feel sad about that. Yeah, I want to see what the deal with these guys is. I'm probably gonna have to fight them before I. Well, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll take this system, and then I'm just gonna wait and see where they go. Because if they go after the Nar, then that's just more. That's just more territory
enemies.
I can claim.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them? Evading hostiles.
Oh, Christ. Yeah, so these guys came out of nowhere. That sucks, because that's another system that we just lost. Maybe we'll get lucky, but I suspect we won't.
Priming planet for settlement.
Yeah. All right. Well, we know we can take them. That's more. This is more of my resources taken up. Okay, so it's going to be 2 fleets worth that are moving after me. What on earth is going on here? That's terrible for me. So, I mean, that was the one we put the defensive platform in. I don't even think I got a warning about that. Yeah, so this is, like, to a certain extent, I don't really feel... Like, so the trend is still in our favor, right? We're killing more of them than they are taking stuff from us, and all the while, my fleets just keep getting bigger and bigger. But man, this is a real drag. Oh my god, really? So they're all gonna show up and try and take Kalsoch again. But I gotta do it, right? Like, okay, how long is it gonna take me to get... It's 355 days, so a jump does make sense.
Construction complete.
Now that's encouraging. Well, I'm wondering what happened here. Like, obviously there's a big gap that just got created. The Stellaris might take advantage of it, but... God, they're way too close. We're gonna lose the base. All right, let's hope.
Found some enemies.
Every time I hear that found some enemies thing, like I'm trying to be really diligent in terms of checking it out, but yeah, so that's just a bunch of resources we wasted there trying to build star bases. Okay, this is good. Bonus damage against the crisis is going to help a lot. With its vulnerable and unprotected trade route, the Sidar system has attracted a large number of ne'er-do-wells, and following a recent power struggle, these criminal degenerates are now sufficiently organized to operate a significant pirate armada. They're using this ragtag fleet to intercept as much trade in the system as they can. Really bad for us because the money we make through trade is how we're financing the construction of our ships. Let's do our best. I don't know if there's... Yeah, there isn't really any argument to meeting them in Soyo or any other place, so I'm just going to kind of sit and take it. What? Oh my god, this is so annoying. The boozy custodian, my preacher career. Yeah, we lost. We don't have term limits anymore, too. Thanks for keeping your company as you try to get a bunch of points done before you have to work at the election commission. Where are you based again, Irrepressible? You're not in Ontario, are you? God, this is going to be really bloody. Oh, this was a mistake. Oh my god, we're doomed.
Boom.
Oh, that was so bad. 9 battleships out of that. Oh, Christ almighty. I don't even know. Like, there's a couple things I could have done. I mean, that particular fight was definitely hubris. I'm trying to think of what I could have done to try and stop that fleet, though, right? Because, like, I was defending this system with a fleet that kind of seemed to come out of nowhere. The sprawling metropolis, Omaha, Nebraska. You did mention that before. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's a big setback for us.
Technology acquired.
Our history is a repeating cycle of dramatic technological, political, and cultural leaps. These leaps are often preceded by periods of upheaval and followed by times of relative stability. By identifying the core recurring premises of these leaps, we may be able to effectively short-circuit the cycle on our own, to our own benefit. Okay. Cheap tech where I can. Let's go over the naval capacity. And we've got unemployment to deal with. You're kidding me. Okay. I'm going to try and deal with it. So the biggest thing right now is Kelsoch is becoming a problem just because it keeps... I keep wasting effort on it. So let's find Grunner Prime, which apparently had some clerks. Okay, so let's actually see what Kelsoch needs, and then I just don't get burned by that again. Ah, that explains a lot. Specialists. Okay, so Grunner's taken care of. Next up to Zandaban. Now, obviously, I'm taking away workers on other planets, which is maybe not the nicest thing. Why did I think Zygar 6 had... Well, maybe it did, and yeah, because I've got New Bale there. Okay. So I'm sure I'm going to get caught by Calsoch again, but at the very least it won't seem as large. I feel really crappy about this this area still. Okay, so I got to build up the mining stations. I got to figure out what's going on. Okay, so at least they're splitting up here. Clearly I cannot take on 3 fleets at once. Oh, wait a minute. Was this the group that just got their ass kicked? Looks like it. Jesus Christ. We better hope. What on earth are they doing? God, I am really glad they had that support. That we would have lost that fleet for sure if that had happened. Okay. So they're clearly out of commission for a bit. Take out the base. Now the good news is that it's not 3 fleets anymore. One of them is definitely really tough. Oh, hang on. Is it just 1 fleet now? I don't understand how these numbers are working. I've also been ignoring what's been going on here. So apparently we just lost a Titan. Losing a Titan is actually a really big deal for us. Oh, no, apparently we didn't. Apparently it never had a Titan. Nope, we definitely lost a Titan. Yeah, well, usually I'm right. Okay, well, clearly we need to repair a lot of ships here. We once again gain control of the chat lib system and rebuilt our outpost. So I want to see where this thing's going. Oh my god, did I really... I wish I timed that better. Please don't divide your attention like that. Ah, 2 battleship. Again, like, I really don't want to be losing ships like this. Because that puts me back from the ideal of having a whole bunch of fleets to sort of run around and cause problems for the crisis. So let's take stock. I might also want to redistribute some of my Titans now that I'm... Actually, yeah, let's take a minute to do that. So... Okay. Split this one in half. Okay, so they've got a Titan, they've got a Titan. They don't have a Titan. So these numbers are not going to make sense for a little bit. They're actually not going to make sense for a while. Okay, what gives? Okay, so surely these two should be merging now, right? Okay, plan B. Let's just figure out where everybody's going. So these guys need replacement battleships. I think those are on their way. Who's idle?
Hostile
These guys
fleet.
are idle.
Can we take them?
Oh god. I'm definitely gonna need a full strength fleet ready to handle it. Okay. I want to make sure I'm not making my fleets too weak with all of these changes. What on earth is going on here? I can't do it. I gotta rebuild them all, otherwise we're just gonna lose this system again. Like I don't get what oh wait, it's probably because they didn't all get wiped out in that one fight. God, that is incredibly annoying though. Definitely shields. Okay, so if they go to bombard Calsoch, that's fine. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to deal with 3 friggin' fleets again. I think I'm going to commit everything to this system. I'm panicking, which is not a good place to be. Actually, here's what we do. We're going to take all the fleets, we're going to combine them in Takvan. That's going to mean the people who need healing can get healing. And in fact, the ones who are far out so this sucks, obviously. Like, Calsoch is gonna... They're already dealing with unrest problems from the last batch of bombings, but I need a second to just get my... I need a sanity check in terms of what I'm doing here. We were actually on a really good path, and then this is gonna cause me problems. And then I kind of let it slip out from under me. See, this is the sort of thing I should be making an effort to try and take out. So let's combine them. So this isn't ideal, but... Oh my god. If they get to build a base there... That's ridiculous. What other species is allowed to build a base in the middle of combat? Jesus Christ, this is a really hard one. Okay, we didn't lose anything, so that's a plus. But man... Yeah, again, it's three fleets. So... I don't exactly want to have these all combined like this, but I'm just gonna work with what I got right now. Okay, this is a big one for us. Survival of the fittest. By coming into contact with other species, we have learned the true importance of overcoming our weaknesses in the great struggle for survival. Orbital bombardment damage is reduced by 25%, and enemy army damage is increased by 25%. Again, I'm trying to think exactly what I want to do. There's a lot of options that I have down these paths, but I'm not buying nearly enough alloys. Alloys are actually really cheap now, too. Okay, I'm gonna hope that my economy gets back on track. Okay, so it looks like the ships are making a move. So what I want to do here, I want to try and take advantage of the kind of the divided attention. So again, Kelsoch cannot afford to have too long of a bombardment. Please tell me you're all healing. No, of course. Why would you be? I might have to take on 2, which is not my ideal. Yeah, okay. So I'll move into the Kuiper system with these. At least this fleet can combine. They're basically ready to go. So maybe what we do here... I think everybody's wounded. Oh god, yeah, that's a lot of damaged ships. These guys in the Kuiper system as quickly as possible. Okay, that's a sound I like to hear. So what we're gonna do, oh yeah, they're having second thoughts. Damn it. Okay, let's get them into the... I'm hoping we're not too late here. We're almost certainly too late. Okay, numbers worked in our favor that time. Now the big question is, do we lose any ships? Okay, let's take a look at the damage. Good numbers. All right. So, this is actually a really nice opportunity for me here. We're getting everybody to combine up in this system. All right, so it looks like this fleet is actually going on its way to defend its allies. Okay, now it realizes there's no hope. We're definitely going to end the session here. I need the advantage as soon as I possibly can. Okay. So it looks like I can't do another custodian reform. Yeah. Okay, so Galactic institutions, defense force. Yes, no, that's definitely a big one for me. That's access to more ships. So, again, I got to keep an eye on my influence, but that is a good number for me. Also, looks like we're spending too much on minerals. So let's try and rein that in. Okay. So what are we looking at here? Okay, so kick out 2 Titans. So yeah, at this point I gotta kind of mix and match a few different things, but let's start by keeping it simple. So combine these. Okay. Again, I do have a system under bombardment, so I don't exactly want to drag my feet on all of this, but okay. Now. Next priority should be to get my fleets up to capacity. Actually, you know what? Let's not even worry about that right now. Let's eliminate the problem. Because obviously there's unrest problems that will follow as well. Okay. Let's go to the fleet manager for a second and just try and bring some sanity back on this. Wow, this is off. Ah, okay. Look, it's not my favorite choice here, but it's a start. Okay, so this thing needs to repair, and it needs 6 ships. So let's go for the weakest. Okay, so they need 4. All right, yeah, these numbers don't make sense. I don't understand why this is such a pain to work with. Okay. Let's try and make this work again. Okay, so they actually only need 2. That makes me feel a little better. Okay, so this thing's full up and ready to go. This thing's healing. This is a Titan looking for a group. That's a Titan that's found a group but needs more battleships. Okay, so combine these and we should be good to go. And as counterintuitive as it seems to... Oh god, I forgot about this guy. Okay. Okay, this is a full strength that's on its way to heal. This is a full strength that is doing nothing. So, I'm going to take a second to get it to jump. Does it make sense? Ugh. The sooner I jump, the better, but I think I can also cover a little more distance. So basically, I want to jump and try and recover as many of these systems as I can. So we're definitely going to lose Jinkath. Oh, God. We got another that we're losing. Just as soon as I thought I was making some progress, we're losing ground again. Okay. I'm curious where this is going to start heading. Now, the good news is we should be able to reclaim this without too much trouble.
Boom. We built something.
Okay, so again, priorities. Let's get reconstruction underway. Okay, this is already on its upgrade path. I'm noticing we're not getting research opportunities off of these ships anymore. Okay, now we kind of need to sit and hope as far as this system's concerned, because depending on where this thing winds up flying. Okay, so it's not gonna press the situation. This construction ship's gonna be busy for a while. I think I'm at the point now where I want to build another. That is gonna throw my construction plans off, but I think we need the ability to take advantage of the opportunities in building a little bit faster. There will be fewer opportunities because we're sort of trying to recover off of
Can we take them?
some of the poor decisions that I made. But okay, now they may still be recovering from the warp here, but I got to work with what I've been given. It's also a chance for me to earn a little bit more. Okay, I'll take the surplus of crystals. Yeah, so those really annoy me every time I see them pop up.
Boom. We built
I don't
something.
actually think we're ready for this fight. I hate that I'm doing this, but I actually want to... Well, is there a status effect that I can see? Because, like, 69.8 doesn't actually seem to be that fearsome of a fleet compared to the, like, 100 that... So I would assume that there would be some kind of a debuff that would be telling me that we're affected by the... Yeah, 26 days. 91 days. Okay, let's hope for the best, frankly. Yeah, so that's probably another system that we've lost. Okay, Kotala Void Stalkers. They are healed up. So we've got something defending Chatlib. We obviously need to work on Nihal and Jinkath. Yeah, we'll see where all this is sitting once the ships are able to get in position.
This tech had better generate some revenue.
Okay, the latest generation of Titan hulls have optimized structural integrity fields and improved bulkheads. Engineering. I think we're actually at a point where probably Mega Engineer... We should have done that before, but... I'll work with Mega Engineering. Also, looks like we have more opportunities for alloys. I'm actually going to go a little crazy on these numbers just because alloys are so inexpensive right now. I may have to pull back next round, but the more I can put into my fleets, the better. You'll notice on paper, the numbers are actually pretty good. We're getting close to our fleet cap, which means that I can start investing in my star bases again. But paper is a part of that equation. Okay, so we had a Titan without a... Titan without a fleet? Does that make sense? Okay, so this should be building Miao. A surprise catch. Our spy master watching over the enlightened kingdom of Khan Aramis reports the surprise successful acquisition of a new asset, a sympathetic contact who will be of service to our operations as and when we need them. All efforts have been taken to ensure that this new contact is genuine. Protocols have been established to seek to minimize the risk of potential double agents, for example. Also, it just occurred to me that there is... Aha. Okay. So the Techris were giving us a pretty good deal for alloys. They're probably not going to want to give me the same deal based on the current state of the galaxy, but we'll see if we can get away with it. So for 160, I'm actually going to take the opportunity to put that money into just straight up acquisitions. I'm just going to add a pure 100 to that. Because again, at 467, that's a pretty good price. I think that's better than we could expect from the Techris at this point. These numbers make me a little nervous, but if we're able to take them one at a time, then we should be fine. Okay. Okay, we're starting to get some semblance of order coming back. Ooh, I should have done that earlier. Okay. So it did occur to me that there is actually a... aha. Okay. Again, I will reconsider that trade deal. That trade deal actually works pretty well for us. But I want to see... I kind of want to see what happens in the... I want to see what happens after a month without these trade deals. Okay, looks like we're starting to drive up the price of alloys. I'm liking what I'm seeing as far as the movement of the ships go, though. We do have a big fight up ahead of us. The Tekris are going to get clobbered here, so I need to get ready to defend myself. But these are all very manageable. Okay. So, had a suspicion that was going to happen. Let's go ramp that back down. Once I get a read on where we're at in terms of all of these purchases, I'm also going to try and reopen matters with the Tekris. Okay. Okay, so we've rolled the month over. Apparently, I'm quite manic in my approach to trade. So. First things first, we've got 100... Oh yeah, I'm actually going to cancel this food offer. This might seem a little reckless here. There is a strategy at play.
Construction complete.
What I want to do here is have the month roll over so it'll look like I have all of these resources available to me, because I'm not sure if it takes those numbers into account when working out the trade deal. So I want to have as much food as possible to be able to be available to be sold to the Nar consciousness. And as always,
incoming transmission.
Miravandia Imperial Sons would like me to join their faction. That is never happening. Okay, so basically this is my chance to try and get some slightly better terms. So right now I'm getting 0.9 for food. I want to see if the Nar consciousness is willing to pay me a better rate than the 0.9. So I'm going to give them monthly food up to... I'll lock in 200, let's say. And I want to see what they will give me in terms of energy credits. This is extremely favorable to me. I don't want to... actually, you know what? We'll go right up to the edge on that. I'll give one back, but... so that's... 311 for 200 food. So we're getting 155 compared to the 0.9 that we would get on the open market. So we definitely want to lock in those terms. Let's just make sure that they happen before we do anything else. Cool. A synaptic collaboration has evaluated your suggestion. We find it sound. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is take a look at my... Actually, there's one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to absolutely cringe canceling this. Okay, so I've got 2,108 to play with when it comes to the Stellaris. Now, I'm gonna take note of the market price of 712, but I'm also gonna note that it's gone up to something like 13. So even if we can lock in a price like 10, that might help us with volatility. But the question is right now, what can we get in terms of a trade with the Stellaris? Oh wow, they really don't like me. Oh, that's our opinion of them. Still. Wait, are we really rivals? No, they chose to rival me. Okay. We probably are not going to get the terms that... the really favorable terms that we got last time. Oh yeah, they don't want to give me anything. Okay. So yeah, that's not happening. Okay, let's see what we can get here with the alloys. Something tells me this is not going to work. Okay, so let's find somebody who likes me. And again, it may even be that, like, even with people who we would be on good terms with, you know, the fact that there's this conflict going on, it may just be a situation where, like, the numbers just don't make sense. But okay, so as a ballpark, the rate that the AI is offering me is 13, which, you know, that's like the emergency level inside the that's the emergency level. So I am going to just take a quick second and see what's going on with the NAR. I am a little more reluctant to try and buy up their alloys because they are somebody who might actually be able to handle the crisis. But the thing is, I know I can handle the crisis, so... Okay. Let's just say, what would 1800 get me? There's all sorts of problems with this particular deal, but let's just do a let's pretend. Okay, so 1800. Actually, those are pretty good. No, those aren't good terms. That's 10. Okay, so yeah, it's clear here. I'm not going to be able to make this work. I'm not going to be able to make this work with the AI, so I'm going to start with a maximum buy price of 10. Now, that's not actually what I think we're going to be buying at. I've got 2,000 to play with. Let's say I want to keep 100 in the bank, so we can go up to 1,900. Okay, 200. I'm actually going to move that number up to 20. And again, I'll have to adjust accordingly. And then we can also add trade for food. And again, this is... So the reason why I didn't throw all my food at the AI is that my empire is obviously going to grow. So I want the flexibility of being able to trade in and out of some of those. But in this case here, I can make a little extra money. Finally, let's give back some of those motes and gases. And then we will start selling crystals. Okay. Finally, I've got some rearranging to do. Fortunately, I do have a new world to colonize, so... I got this wrong. Okay. Again, I'm going to have to figure out what I'm doing with the rest of these buildings. Oh, actually, first of all, lots of mines, and we should be breeding Azazians on this world. But I'm not. This pains me to do so, because we've already denied one world. So, like, the thing is, we really do need the minerals, so it does actually make sense for me to focus on breeding Azazians. Okay, mining district's taken care of. I'm just going to follow the template for Zygar. Okay, so obviously we want stronghold, mineral, refining, military academy. Gives me a start, I suppose. Most of the stuff I probably won't be able to access until later. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, and then finally, how long until we can... Are we climbing up the... Sort of. It's definitely going to be tough to beat the Tecarus. Cool. I wonder how long it's been since we were able to do that. More slaves. Okay, so as always, start with 5. Help breeding with a gene clinic. And holo theater. I always thought there was one other basic building I would start with. Give him a stronghold just because it looks nice. Energy wouldn't hurt. I know I'm sort of focusing on on industry right now. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna do my best with that setup. Okay, sorry for the digression. Wow, we're really... Oh, no, hang on. It's because we're not buying up the alloys. That number should go up considerably in a little bit. Alright, this one is always a huge pain to deal with. So let's start by combining these two. Custodian Protocol 475-3 fulfilled. Significant Rexaran presence detected on Kuiper Secundus. Upgrading status of Natraxian rum runners from non-compromised to compliant. Okay, I should probably just prep for this attack. Oh, actually, it looks like they're going to throw themselves against the starbase. I'm hoping they're using the upgraded versions. Looks like they sort of are. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're going to need some backup. I guess we do get an attack bonus against the crisis ships now, but... We just need this thing to hold out long enough to... Wow! Okay. Clearly, I underestimated how quickly this would be. I mean, this is encouraging, but if I start losing defensive platforms, this is definitely going to get out of hand really quick. Yikes. Okay. Well, at least get those two built. I don't know about the rest. I mean, we knocked him back. That's not nothing. I think I'm just going to clear out what I can here, and then if we can in chorus. Okay. In fact, I think the time has come. So I'll clear out this little area here, but I think the time has come for us to combine a couple of fleets and take on the chorus platform. Okay, what the hell? Where on earth do these things keep coming from? Like, again, we're definitely going to lose this station, and we're going to have to take out another platform because they build them instantly.
We built something.
And, like, it's really hard. Like, I can't afford to just take a fleet and park it in the SOAU system. I think in this case, probably the gun battery makes the most sense. We'll start with a target uplink computer. I gotta think a little bit about how I'm gonna build the defenses, but... where's the fight happening? Oh, okay, apparently new ships and Shorax, why not? At least we didn't lose any platforms. Have I found that Twitch makes me think out loud for the rest of your life? So I'll be honest with you, I actually don't like it this way because I'm playing very reactively. I do like thinking through my process.
We built something
On stream, but I think this style actually doesn't really work that well. What I tend to find for myself, I don't speak this way in normal circumstances, but I did really enjoy being a TA. And so what I tended to notice is that I enjoy explaining things in general. So, like, I'll put it to you this way. Like, here I'm sort of expressing mild frustration, maybe more than a little mild in some cases, mild frustration at the fact that there like seem to be some odd behaviors on the part of the Unbidden that I don't quite understand yet. Like, I'm not sure why they're allowed to just suddenly appear in the Shorax system every once in a while. And what I prefer instead is to talk about long-term strategies. So, like, the fact that if you notice very gradually our the number of ships that we have towards our fleet cap has been climbing up. And that's an important critical kind of a critical point for us, because that's going to mean that we have a number of fully equipped fleets that we're going to start going out and sort of pushing back the enemies with. And more importantly, that's going to mean that we start investing inside of our star bases again. But when I start sort of just reacting to sort of these immediate, like kind of very near-term kinds of problems, I tend to, like, it's easy to sort of lose track of what the overall goal is. But yeah, to answer the question as stated, I don't actually tend to speak this way in the real world. What is true, though, is that generally I sort of like explaining and, kind of just dissecting ideas in general. So this style of streaming tends to work well for me just because it's a trait that I kind of carry with me in day-to-day life. Okay, so we're close to 10 here, so I think what I'll do is I'll add another 6. And again, we'll keep an eye on the energy credit number, but I suspect I'm going to have to give some of that back. I should have been paying closer attention. Trouble in Paradise. Local political drama on Kuiper Secundus has resulted in increased support among a small group of rebels opposed to our underlying ethics. Their increased support have enabled them to gain more power in the region and vote for their own causes with limited success. So you can say we stand divided, 3 pops closer to pacifism, or suppress the opposition, 1 pop converts to pacifism and lower happiness. So it doesn't say how long that lasts. I think we will say we stand divided. I don't have that much to fear from too much focus on... we're doing pretty well as far as our influence is concerned. So, although I am actually going to start hitting the limits of the systems that I can take back. So I should maybe be a little less crazy about the expansion until... Oh. I should have just moved them straight back. So we're almost certainly going to lose this base. So we're back to square one as far as... Yeah. Man. This is a real drag. Like, it is kind of my own fault because I haven't pushed them back from the Cho'ar system. It's really the fact that basically they're able to appear out of nowhere in this Soao system that causes such a big problem. Anyways. What does it cost me for a new outpost? 75 each pop. Okay. I do need to connect my empire together, so I'm going to accept that. But I do want to work onto the Derelian system just because that is a fairly decent little little buffer for me. I'm probably giving back too much, but we'll see how that works out. Okay, I'm going to bring the... So we'll use the jump drive. And I'm going to properly take out the chorus. So we may wind up losing some ships off of this, but this is going to be an important... This is going to be an important milestone. Just because it's going to demonstrate whether or not we can start taking out bases. Obviously, if I can get the Zorican black hole again, that gives me the L cluster, but there's always the question of influence. So like right now, I can't afford any more bases. Oh, now you show up. Thanks, guys.
Construction complete.
So I should be putting a priority on moving into the Derelian system. It's not going to mean anything if they still claim the L cluster, but actually that's interesting. So apparently terminal egress isn't held by anyone anymore.
Boom. We built something.
That means I should be going to claim it as soon as possible. Okay. Too many admirals dying. Let's go... actually, ship weapons range is rather good. So let's just take a second here. I suspect I've got some navies that need care and attention. So let's assign a leader to this one because it's actually getting ready to go. Hull regen. That's pretty tempting. I mean, if they start hitting our hulls, we're dead. But yeah, this is encouraging. So we are temptingly close to a Fourth Fleet.
Boom. We built something.
Again, we can still only afford 4 Titans, so that's a little bit of a drag, but...
Construction complete.
Okay. So what I want to start thinking about now... the big question is basically... building the defenses against the unbidden, and like obviously we know the nature of the problem at this point. Like if I'm trying to build up these bases, if we can't reliably take out the invaders, then we just wind up dumping more and more alloys into, you know, kind of this white elephant style project. Now, one thing I'm going to do on this side of the map, because it's clear that we are under some pretty... Actually, this will be interesting. Techers really thought they could deliver on that, but... Oh, man. This could be a huge mistake, but the fact that they've weakened this thing so much...
Found some enemies.
Like, I think they're gonna lose, but I think now that they've taken out the I think now that they've taken out the shields, I think we can go in and mop them up. So I want to make sure that we are not affected by the jump. So it's sort of an open question in terms of how long the shields are going to be able to hold out. I'm actually going to just start at the edge here. They didn't give me good trade terms, so... Oh man, they might actually pull it off. Nope. but we're ready to just deliver the kill. Yeah. So instead of like, so in this particular case, right, this helps us a lot because it means like we're in a point where instead, like basically our sort of rival, for lack of a better term, put a lot of effort in terms of their own ships into weakening that unit. So we didn't have to risk any of our own ships. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to clear out... actually, here. I want to clear out as much as I can. But I also don't want to go too far away from my home. I may change the plans there, but...
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
Okay. As always, I want to keep an eye on where all this is happening. This is something that will probably come to affect me. And I think I can afford another 10 for alloys. So we're getting close to the cap. Like, there is something interesting about the fact that I'm continuing to churn out battleships because we're going to be going over the limit pretty soon. And that's going to have some consequences, but... Okay, what the hell? That is unforgivable. The one possible saving grace is that they're going to try bombing. They're going to try bombing the system. But like, how are you supposed to build defenses for something like this? Like the fact that it can just appear out of nowhere. I'm glad that the Techaris are like throwing themselves at the enemy that way. But like, I have no idea how I'm supposed to direct my fleets this way, because it feels like the enemy, like, so clearly they're just popping up near my borders. It could be that they've got sort of jumps as well. I wonder if that's true. Yeah, sublight speed minus 30. So I wonder if they're doing some equivalent of like a jump, and that's what's causing it. In that case, that means we gotta kill this.
Construction complete.
But yeah, needless to say, it's really, really frustrating. Okay. I think I'm still gonna try and push to whatever advantage I can get here. And we are gonna try and take out Chorus with the two fleets. Okay. I'm not crazy about that energy credit number, but... I'm curious where they're gonna go. Okay, so they're heading to Soho. I wonder if we're gonna arrive. There's no way we're gonna get there in time. So, I mean, at this point, like, what's the use? Like, let's just save ourselves the cost. I hate that I'm thinking this way, but like clearly I don't have any hope of saving this thing.
We've got to shake those hostiles.
This is the single stupidest possible escape plan that this ship could be doing. Like, why would you go through the thing that you're threatened by?
We built something.
So that's going to be another...
This tech had better generate.
In this case,
revenue.
this is almost certainly going to be another batch of influence that I lose. Okay, naval capacity's up. Starbase capacity is actually kind of tempting here. I'm definitely going to need more defensive positions. Whether or not I'm allowed to build them is another question. If I could get another Titan, that would be great, but... Oh wow, we were trading more food with Nar Consciousness. I did not appreciate that. So again, I'll wait for the number to... Oh yeah, we're actually going to see a big dip in our energy credits then. But we will weather the storm. I should have got the numbers on that, but... Okay. There's a 3-day difference between the arrival of these two ships, but I think we can manage with that. Okay, this pisses me off a lot. So, on top of the fact that we're probably going to be late anyway, I believe we actually just turned around because they moved up along this. Like, I get it. It wants to do the shortest path and all that, but that's a pretty crappy thing to do when,
some enemies.
you know, when time is of the essence, let's say. So yeah, we lost Soao. Big surprise. Oh, Christ. So then they're going to head into this system. Like, clearly I'm going to focus on this station now, because if I don't, that's just even worse.
Can we take them?
They took the trade deal, which is good. I think the thing that weirds me out the most is the fact that it's willing to give me like this big leading warning of enemies coming into the area. Man, I didn't even get to see how that turned out. Okay, so we lost a battleship. That's not great, but we already have a replacement, so that's manageable at least. There's a side of me that actually says we should just double down on this and push forward. And then I think the answer is we just put another... It's like we've got two... Where the hell did this come from? Christ. I don't think this number is right, but one of our Ronzar slaves was sold on the slave market. I probably actually don't want it to be sold right now, but... Oh my god! Where are they coming from? So I'm definitely not using the influence on these measures anymore. I think I just got to cut my alloy acquisition in half until I figure out what the hell is going on with these energy credits. I'm assuming it's because of Chatlib just got lost. What the hell is happening here? Oh my god. I'm sure. Okay, I could have sworn that I said for the. It's like, obviously I gotta prioritize here. So, Kalsoch is going to be able to survive for a certain period of time. Like, the whole reason why we went after that base was I thought that that was generating the ships. Clearly it isn't. Clearly they're coming from somewhere else. What I am going to do here is I'm going to continue with the plan, and we are going to push forward and take out as many of these systems as we can. And essentially just reduce the number of places that the Unbidden can come to us from. And it's going to be long, and it's going to be frustrating, and I'm going to be really mad during the whole process. But it's honestly the only way that I can see this happening. So... We've once again gained control of the Subra system and rebuilt the outpost around the star.
Another bleeding-edge technology discovered.
Okay, to complete construction projects of truly staggering scales, we must first achieve a fundamental understanding of both the engineering and resource storage requirements for such megastructures. So clearly, we're on... Oh, kinetic weapon damage is almost certainly the one we want to go for. Okay, well, I'm making some progress, but... Cool, we can build a new Titan. So a Titan's going to take a long time to get activated, but... Okay, so they just decided to really upset me for a bit, and then just went home. Fair enough. Okay. So basically, at this point, I need to have 2 ships based in these regions. Otherwise, I'm just simply never going to see them improve. Same story with this, although hopefully the Amlitzer system is a little more quiet. But like I said, the plan is going to be, I just want to start erasing Unbidden from the map. And if that means that I have to waste, units, okay, I want to see what happened. We just suddenly came into a big quantity of energy credits. I want to see if that's true. Okay. I think it will stay a bit high on the minerals, though, because we're going to be doing a lot of construction. But yeah, so I have a very specific plan in place.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
Basic mechanics of ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. So I think this is actually to build one of these out of thin air. Very tempting, but in this case, we're going to go for the energy credits. And I can afford a little bit more. 140 is a little extreme, but let's go for it. Actually, we'll add another 10 on the... The Galactic Defense Force. The Senate has ratified the creation of a standing multinational military force intended for the defense of the galactic community. This Galactic Defense Force will recruit its personnel from all community members, who are also required to contribute resources towards the construction of its fleets. With the galaxy engulfed in turmoil and under constant threat by forces that seek to exterminate all sapient life, it is hoped that the GDF will be able to bring the fight to the enemy and secure the borders of the community. They will be placed under the direct command of the Netraxium Runrunners, the Galactic Custodian. The galaxy will become a safer place. Okay. I really hope the ships are doing sensible things. I've lost track, to be honest. And I'm just at the point of really sincerely hoping that the game doesn't do things to make me mad. I've just been beaten down so much. All right, I forgot the Galactic Defense Force does have its costs, so. Oh God, I'm not even using my envoys. Okay. This is going to be tough work, but this is the most sensible place for me to put them. So it's worth remembering that the rate at which I'm going to be building... oh, interesting. So I'm definitely going to want to adjust the GDF patterns. Oh, they're not going to let me, are they? Wait, so is there no way to find out what the... Surely there is a way to assign a ship design. I should try building one, but yeah, like I definitely would not want to build an autocomplete to go up against the Unbidden. I probably shouldn't be selling these slaves at this point, but I'm not going to do anything to correct it. Okay, I mean, it's Shorax. I just kind of got to hope for the best at this point. Like, sometimes they'll attack it and it'll succeed. Or, sorry, sometimes they'll attack it, sometimes they'll just go the other way, and I just need to hope. Although they have been doing a good job when they have been attacked, so we'll add a couple extra defense platforms. Although that is going to come at the expense of a battleship. So yeah, it's worth remembering that I'm actually going to see a reduction in sort of the pace at which I'm getting new ships, because one of the shipyards is now being occupied with the creation of a Titan. So I do need to keep that in mind. Let's get you rebuilding Subra and Shorax. So I want to make sure that the ship's ready to go first, and then we're going to go into Voldox. And that's basically, it's going to be the same pattern over and over again here, where I want to be at full capacity, then we move to take out a major center. Also, if they're coming to attack me, I want to be in position to defend, not to, take a fight where they have an advantage. Although we did, you know what? I should look at the numbers first. This is actually not that scary. That is reasonably scary.
Construction complete.
How? Why? What on earth? What? I don't understand. Help me to understand. I put so much effort into reclaiming this. I cleared out all of this area here, and the Unbidden are for some reason allowed to just jump in. Oh crap, no. Like, so all the effort that went into that base is just gone. Yeah, like it's at the point now where I'm dedicating fleets to positions which should have bases in them instead. So like in this case here, again, the trajectory for my fleets has always been one way, which has been to like move, you know, the number keeps moving up. That's exactly the way that it should be. But just the overall cost to me in terms of like even just trying to make that minor progress, I must have put thousands into creating bases that never get made. It's amazingly frustrating. I'd argue at this point here that the Unbidden. So it was interesting, right? Like this definitely took a very interesting turn, because I could have sworn that that was the end of the playthrough when the Unbidden took out our fleets. And clearly we turned that around. That was exciting. That was like, oh wow, you know, let's see what happens. And now it's just this miserable grind of like, okay, well, I'm sort of making progress against them, but I know if I make too much, then just a random fleet's going to appear within my borders, and there's not going to be anything that I can do about it. So like essentially the plan here now is I'm going to, in chatlib, I'm going to upgrade it, and I'm not going to do anything else other than to upgrade and make it a formidable defense, because I will not be able to use that fleet until I move on, and that's going to be the way I build all the star bases. So basically I'm going to have another 3 turns of this kind of activity. It's one of the very few times where I'm like, I'm not really having fun in Stellaris right now, is basically how I'm feeling about that. And maybe it's different if you're in like multiplayer and you've got people who are a little bit more organized, but like this is just miserable. Like this is, oh hey, I've suddenly lost this entire sector, you know, multiply, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sectors.
Hostile fleet.
Times 75 for the influence. And then the cost of the alloys and such. The Loxongrak Van Royal States is embroiled in civil war, pitting the organic Loxongrak Van government against the intelligence that metastasized in their systems, known as the Mechazur Savants. So anyways, again, we'll do the best we can, but like, especially with things like unemployment and all of this going on, like, there's a lot that this game's asking of me right now, and I'm not entirely sure that the cognitive load of having to keep track of the entire galaxy for, you know, enemy units to pop up is quite fair. Okay, obviously something has gone wrong with my fleets. So this is gonna hold off the tide. These guys, okay. That's fine. I'm going to hold them in Derelian. God, I feel very nervous about this, but I do want to see what's going on in terminal egress. Okay, this is where it needs to be. This is where it needs to be. So for some reason, these 2 ships are sort of floating around doing nothing. Okay, so idle as intended, idle as intended, moving, defending, and building a new fleet. Jesus Christ. Oh, this also drives me absolutely batty. The fact that the AI is busy taking these systems off of me too. Like this is so unbelievably annoying, the way that the AI does this. Like, so now my priority also needs to be, okay, I better make sure that I get the oh god, what have I got to do? So I got to get there's so many systems I need to claim now, because like what I think they're going to try and do is take the oh Jesus. I'm pretty sure they're trying to take the L cluster off of this. Sorry, I gotta see what else is going on here. So, yeah, fine. Yeah, as you can see, like I've just switched off on the rest of the game at this point, which I'm not feeling too good about. What I may have to do, also I feel bad, right? Because like obviously you're all here to see, you know, Stellaris, to see the big finale for Stellaris, and I'm getting really annoyed. What I may need to do, based on the time that this is taking, is I may actually either have to record this on YouTube or do another stream. Because obviously there's a patch coming out soon, which is going to affect the patch. I mean, we can always revert to the old patch, but I know there's a way to automate the assignment of different species and all of that, but does anybody want to guess how I feel about the AI's decisions most of the time? Okay. So obviously we need to get all this back. It's definitely going to be a big cost as far as influence goes. So let's get back to reclaiming the systems that... Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't really have any ships in the area to fix this. Oh wow, that's a lot of ships actually. So the thing is, though, I gotta kill these before. Oh my God, that's a 170 now. Okay, so I'm gonna have to bring 2 fleets in. Now the problem here is that I cleared all this out for a reason. So the good news is Subra is not gonna get taken out on its own. Because it's got worlds that are inhabited. So the thing that sucks here, right, is that I can't actually do anything about this starbase until I have the second fleet in place. So clearly here I have to redirect the attention. But if they take Vestalius, okay. So this is a really, really tough call because we're at 32k here. So given our relative strength, we might be able to take them on here, but I really don't want to bank on that. So second best, I just got to move this fleet in and hope that we can pull it off. Okay, just keep doing the upgrades at this point. So I'm gonna have to clear through this, but you know, This is just the hand I've been dealt. I gotta... Okay, free building slots or resettlement costs reduced. I think... Oh yeah, sorry. First of all, we need environmental diversification. By adapting to different environments, we have learned to evolve and adapt faster. Okay. So there's got to be a specific order in which I do this. So number one, clear out the extra dimensional armada and just reclaim whatever systems I'd lost. Number two, okay, definitely want to claim Derelian. So this sucks, right? Like, I really don't want to have to deal with this, but it's the state of the world now. I need to keep this fleet on the edge here, sort of as a defensive option. So got to clear these out first, and then we need to go after Amlitzer. Now, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to keep one fleet here, and then my other fleets are just going to go through these other systems first. Actually, it looks like the Tekkaris are going to contribute a little something.
Construction complete.
Negotiations for appointing a new boss are underway. In this case, I'm going to abstain. And ship build cost and ship build upkeep. Okay, so this was the advantage that we were looking for before. In this case, I'm going to hold off for a little while on any new ship construction. And that's just because I'm past the limit now, so that's one important consideration. The other consideration is I'm actually, like, I'm at this point where I want to spend some money on sorry.
Found some enemies.
God, what was I going to say? Right, I'm going to be investing in my shipyards. Or, not my shipyards, my star bases. What's about to get defeated? Artificial intelligence network. No, that can't be it. There's no minor economic sanctions. Okay, well, I'll definitely support that. So I think the reason why I wasn't supporting it before was because I wanted it to be lower in the queue. That's obviously changed. Okay, good. This construction ship's actually doing its job. I mean, what else could have happened, right? But it's still frustrating to see. Oh, this isn't doing anything. So I'll be honest, if I could, I'd prefer to have 3 ships try and take Amlitzer because of the presence of a fleet there. But I know that's probably not going to happen. Oh, come on. Like, I get it, right? My regions are not defended, but this is character building. Right now, the goal is just get the upgrades in where I can. We'll worry about the rest when we can. I'm assuming the big drop in energy credits is due to the presence of piracy.
Construction complete.
Okay. Again, this thing is a sitting duck, so I'm hoping. Oh my god. So I should probably be getting my claims on these. Again, I don't exactly want to be rushing my my influence expenditure, because again, just so much of this stuff is going to be given back to the unbidden. But obviously, if I don't rush it, then that's just going to go. That's basically just going to be something free that I give the.
Can we take them?
That I give the enemy. So.
Found some enemies.
Not ideal, but I'm just going to try and live with what I've been given. So at this point, we'll just digest what we have.
Boom. We built something.
This is not an ideal fight by any stretch of the imagination. I'm actually going to slightly adjust it, because I think if I can go to the edge, the fleet will come to fight me. Nope. But fortunately, this thing doesn't have that much range, so... Now the big question is, am I going to be able to pull off... This will probably be ready for an attack on Amlitzer. I think I should put something in place at Derelian, because that's... Oh. Okay, kill the mining stations. You should have killed that earlier, to be honest. So we may have already lost this.
We built something.
Oh, go to hell. I mean, this one sort of makes sense because it is something that the Gnar own, but this is killing me in terms of being able to access the... Like, I just don't see any way, unless I declare war on the Gnar consciousness, I just don't see any way that we get back to the black hole. In fact, let's just anticipate it. And, God, that is so annoying. So the thing that frustrates me about that is I very specifically told it to build, and like, yes, I'd queued up some mining and all of that, and it's just like, there's really no reason this shouldn't be mine. It definitely was mine before. I guess the good news is this is an ally, so I don't need to have like all that strong of a defense, but I don't know, it's just one of those things where it's like, okay,
Construction complete.
My intent, I feel, was reasonably clear. And I realized that if the... well, no, actually, come to think of it, if you tell something to do it, you'd assume that it would go at the top of the queue rather than... Anyways, sorry. I really need to cut back on the complaining, so... we've got room for... I'll add another 90 here. Again, I'll try and reestablish something...
Boom.
resembling my old borders.
Built something.
I'm definitely going to put a claim on the Zoroken black hole. Now the drawback is that puts me into the L cluster, and so that's just another whole batch of things that I need to build defenses for. But for the time being, I'll work with what I've got. Okay, and there's absolutely no reason for me to think that I'm going to have a reprieve from combat in here, but I'm going to start moving this construction ship to rebuild everything that we lost in here. Finally, okay, all of this needs to keep just moving up. Oh, we have our citadel now, though. Okay, this is mildly encouraging. So in this case, we don't put anything into battleships for a little while. We are going to go gun battery, missile battery, hangar, and then gun batteries. We want to kill their shields. We want to have better strength. The question is, do I want to add the defense platforms yet? We'll do 10. 10 will be the default amount on a new stronghold. Or maybe I just go for the full value and then we move the ship away forever. I mean, again, it doesn't stop them. It doesn't stop the units that just kind of come in out of nowhere. I do want to make sure I'm not fully giving up on... Yeah, okay. But that is actually mildly encouraging that we got to that milestone, because that is going to free up a new fleet to pursue the Unbidden.
Boom! We built something.
Oh, that's encouraging as well. So again, this I'm doing this because I don't want the AI to grab it from me.
Technology acquired.
Ultra-dense slugs can punch through even the strongest of projected shields. Okay. Kinetic weapon attack or defense platform hull points. Both have good arguments, but I think kinetic weapon attack is more in line with what I want to try and do here.
Our construction ship is under attack.
This is the crap that I was trying to avoid. What the hell? So apparently 3 ships came out of no... Oh, no. They didn't come out of nowhere. They came out of there. All right, so I wasn't paying... I assumed that it was just one... That's on me for not checking more closely. So yeah, by not checking out Amlitzer, I actually set myself up for a big loss there. Oh, this sucks. Okay, so basically, I had one fleet in place. The Katala Void Stalkers lost like 11 battleships out of that, which is really bad. Because again, I was getting really ready to kind of flex my muscles with those with yet another fleet that was ready to go, and yeah, that's all in the wind now. I'm gonna be spending a while replacing some of this. With that in mind, let's make sure. So we've almost got a Titan up, which is kind of nice. Oh no, the Titan's actually already up. Never mind. I don't want to be too reckless with the alloys. also want to make sure that I'm positive on...
Construction complete.
Okay. Yeah, so big open question as to how much of this stuff I'm going to lose, so maybe we just keep the construction ship in the area. I only have 2 construction ships now, right? Yeah. So obviously there's going to be a whole bunch of just a whole bunch of nonsense that I got to deal with to try and get all this back under control. This shouldn't be too bad. Nihal's a bit of a loss. I'm hoping that we catch this fleet before it gets into the Pandal system. I don't think we will, though. Well, maybe. They might also just attack
This
the
tech had better generate some revenue.
starbase. Nope, it's good. Okay. Starbase capacity is good. Let's... It is very tempting to go for the mega shipyard, but let's do transgenic crops just because that's going to help me out with the... It's going to help me out by giving me some more exports. I think I can pull back on the minerals for a bit. Okay, so again, we're just back in a state where we want to clear out any enemy units. So first thing we're going to do is deal with the enemy units in Chorus.
Boom.
I'm also going to clear out the
something.
Zakarian black hole, just because like it's at the point. It's better for me to clear out trouble spots than it is for me to just kind of ignore them and hope that they go away. There are some ways this can go really bad for me. Okay. Okay, so almost certainly this is them. Yeah, that's them using jumps. I really feel... Well, I mean... Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, obviously I can use it. It's frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. It is not a very fun way to play this. I feel like it is way too... Okay, actually no. I know what makes this tough. So if you have to deal with jump technology against a traditional empire, you know, you put a lot of effort into defenses. You kind of hope that they will hold up a little bit better than they actually do. But the one thing that you can rely on is that, like, so what happens if somebody jumps past your defenses? Well, you know, you wind up with situations where I really don't know why we're losing so much money. Like, I very obviously need to deal with this. But yeah, so if you're against a traditional empire, then basically the one thing you gotta deal with... Actually, I'm gonna let the Tecarus take that on. You just kind of have to deal with some nasty... Okay, I see what happened. Cut this number in half. We'll probably have to go more, even further. like you lose some territory, and the enemy still has to deal with your existing defensive, positions and all of that. Like you don't actually get that much by just taking out. You don't get that much just by taking out a single system, right? Because if your opponent has set up, like a bunch of defensive positions, like you still have the FTL inhibitors, you still have all of that tech that's getting in the way. Okay, I need to build the starbase. I'm always going to lose that starbase because the Techerists keep coming in, but... Anyways, so the problem with the Unbidden is when they just jump into your territory. So like that might be what happens here. If they can just jump into your territory, it's not just that you lose a system. It's that they put in place, at best, a 44k strength defensive position. At worst, a 170k, which can generate 3 fleets. So in that case, you can't even really do... And of course, if you ignore one inside of your systems, then what you have to contend with is the fact that your world might be reduced to...
Construction
like
complete.
Not a tomb world, but... Like, basically your species gets annihilated on the planet. So obviously none of those are really tolerable outcomes.
Found some enemies.
So I think that's why... Like, again, I try as best as I can not to just make it... Like, so I occasionally watch Twitch. I see plenty of streamers who will just, rage. Essentially, they're mad that they want to think about being good at the game, and the game sort of verifies that actually they're not as good as they thought they were. And I try not to be that. I sort of understand that I'm sort of finding my feet with Stellaris again. And I think in this case here, it's actually fair to say
technology discovered.
we've kind of got the crisis not exactly handled, but we're doing considerably better than we were before. And what essentially is happening is we're kind of having to go through the motions on a lot of this. Because it kind of feels like the game just doesn't want us to have it too easy, I guess. So yeah, I think what's happening is I feel like I'm spending a lot of time sort of just grinding through. Oh god, like here's a perfect example, right? So dealing with all of that nonsense, Darillion is now open. We kind of saw the AI coming on its way here, but all of that effort completely annihilated. Like we had this on its way to becoming a citadel. In this case, I might as well cancel it. I'll get the 1225 back, but all the time, all the effort we put into that is now gone and has to be completely done from the very beginning because of the ships that generated out of Amlitzer and all of the extra things that came in here. And I'm just tired. Like I've already half an hour over, and I'm just very tired. Anyways, we'll press on. Okay, and it looks like we do lose one ship every time we go after a So basically, every time we want to take out one of those bases, we lose a battleship. But again, there's a small ray of hope. We are slowly upgrading towards a citadel and building a very fearsome arsenal. But again, Darillion and probably a bunch of these other systems, all lost. just gonna be mad about it.
The aliens are reaching out. Boom. We built something.
Oh, the Nar's really gonna... I think they're gonna get pretty aggressive on trying to claim all this back. God. Okay. So, construction ships have to be constantly working now. Let's get you on chorus. So obviously I want to try and build up the defenses in the Zorican Black Hole, but I have a little bit of a wait, I think. Okay. Also, what are we looking at here? So this is all the way it should be. I really needed to pay attention to what was going on there because we've almost certainly lost this citadel. And the thing that sucks about that is I'm going to have to spend the whole... Yeah, god damn it. So I'm going to have to dedicate an entire fleet to... I mean, I have to dedicate an entire fleet to rebuilding that. So, like, everything that we just gained up here, we just lost by losing that that base. In fairness, like, that was partly me just assuming that we would get by like we always do. So I can't get too mad at the game about that, but man, it does not feel good. Oh, god damn it! Sorry. I just took all the science ships stupidly. I hope it's just the two. Okay. Let's try and get this back on track. Oh, God. So I gotta put somebody in Subra first because I don't want to take on a base and 3 fleets. Man, they're getting really strong. So more and more, basically more and more of my fleets are getting locked down, and I've like less and less. Sorry, and their fleets are getting stronger and stronger. This is a really, really tough situation. I'm going to take a second here and add a few more battleships.
I would never want to belong to any...
Oh my goodness, I have no hope of being able to pronounce that, but thank you very much for the follow nonetheless. I hope I can win the race to Amlitzer, but I'm not feeling confident about it. Okay, this is a bit of a worry just because of the number. Oh yeah, man, we just lost a lot of ships on that. I need to find a backup. So this is already accounted for. These guys are already on their way back. Yeah, man, we're in trouble. Okay. So again, we're losing battleships at a time I really can't afford to be. Oh no. Okay, I do need to heal this thing up. Let's take that fleet, let's combine them.
Construction complete.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure we just lost Toraville. Okay, so that's Amlitzer gone. I wonder what it is. So if I could, I actually should pay attention to exactly how the Nar consciousness is handling this, because notice like they don't have any unbidden problems at this point, and they've actually been able to expand their territory largely at my expense. So if I didn't have to kind of keep a paranoid eye on my own holdings, that might teach me a thing or two about how to handle them in future. Yeah, that was expensive, but I think it'll be worth it if I can get Chatlib up to full strength. So I definitely want this up to full healing.
Boom! We built something.
Okay. Need to try and reclaim these systems. Okay, this is on its way to becoming a citadel, but we still have a way to go. I should have started on the defensive. Okay. Definitely one of those. So the hope is that pretty soon we'll also be able to add that extra fleet.
Construction complete.
Again, trying to keep these numbers positive. Yes, we want to extend the deal. We're actually doing okay for cash. What's the story with this?
Construction complete.
Yeah, and we don't have the influence to reclaim anything, so this is a huge problem. The fact that we're losing these systems. Okay, so priority number 1. Let's combine these. So that's another full. That's actually a level 10 admiral as well. So we're gonna reclaim Shorax there. Big question is basically how many full fleets do I have, and what can I use them for? So this one still needs to kick around. This is almost ready to go, but not fully. Okay, so we're just gonna hold back for the time being. When I can. So again, I need to get my influence back up.
Construction complete.
Okay, so it looks like this one's ready to go. Okay, so we have another free fleet. So what I'm going to be doing now, I'm actually just going to focus on locking down as many defensive positions as I can. So first, I am going to clear out the threat first of all. Oh, hang on. Okay, so I need a fleet in Dorelion. I need a fleet in the Zorakan Black Hole. I need a fleet in Shorax. I will gain a fleet for Chatlib. I will hopefully soon gain a fleet for Soao. Yeah, again, the focus right now is just I need to reestablish my borders and I need to like get control of them.
Boom. We built something.
And again, the big problem right now is that in the current the current state of things, I don't have the ability to regain those outposts. Well, I'm slowly regaining it. I have a feeling we're going to be waiting a while in this base. God, this is so irritating. Just let me get my systems back. Okay. So, first thing I'm going to do for these, I'll just take these mining station. Like, so in this case here, there's a ton that I can rebuild just in terms of getting access to resources again. So we're going to start with that. Okay. I think in this case I'm just going to assign my ships to Shorax. Now, this is a fairly high priority for me to get control over again. So, obviously I'm going to need to wait out the wait on the influence. But even for like a section here, right, it would be wonderful to get these systems back under my control. But this is a major trade route for me, so I do kind of need to... I need to keep an eye on that prosperity. Okay, Citadel is up. Nope, actually it just occurred to me there's one more building. So I could do a deep space black site, which would be the preferred option.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them?
Yeah, I'm actually going to put the deep space black site in here. Okay. So this is just a matter of time. For Soao, it's kind of a similar story, except that we may not have the alloys to get it quite where it needs to be. So... this one, the command center, makes more sense because it doesn't have anything it can get from the... So I'm just going to try and build as many defense platforms as I can. Oh wow, we're at the capacity... Did it really luck out that I ran out of alloys and we hit the limit? Oh, hang on. Well, no, we're past the limit. Okay. I'm a little wary about this because... So, like, right now we're at the limit of our naval capacity. So I'm spending a bunch of alloys in terms of getting my defensive structures up, but I actually think I'm at the point now where this might be defensible. I mean, we'll see with experience, right? And the other thing I should be doing is getting these starports upgraded. God damn it. All right. So we get to do all this nonsense again. Yeah, there's really no point in trying to take the Zorican black hole. It's interesting that they haven't been, or well, they've sort of been able to handle terminal egress. But yeah, I'm just opening myself up. Like, unless I can consolidate my fleet, every time I try and take the Zorakan black hole, I just invite
Boom.
misery.
We built something.
Okay. The question remains, though, what am I going to do about that? So, I'm going to jump to
Found
Chorus.
some enemies.
That's just because I need to figure out where the bad guys are going. Okay, so one of them's peeling off. That's not so good, actually. Yeah, so notice we've finished out the queue here. I would prefer to be knocking out more ships at this point, but... Okay, yeah, we're at the limit of the defense platforms. Interesting. So I guess the next time I get a Citadel, I'll build that up. So there is a small ray of hope here. You know, obviously I'm going to need to get Shorax and all of these regions back, and it's going to take a lot of effort to make this all work, because it's very obvious that I need to dedicate quite a bit to maintaining this. In this case, I'd rather them come to me. Like, I'm just going to have to accept that some of these systems are going to be lost, because I don't think I can take on 3 fleets at once. At least that's been the experience so far. So build the replacements that we can. So the ray of sunshine here, potentially, is that once these get in a slightly better position, right? So like once we've got the Citadel up and it's like ready to go as far as defenses are concerned, what we can do is we can actually start focusing multiple fleets in the Zorakan black hole and building that up. And then that's going to mean that we do the same thing with terminal egress. And we just slowly, like step by step, start reclaiming the terminal egress, and we build that giant Citadel again, and we make sure essentially that we're the one going through the L gate, and we're removing all of the unbidden sort of strongholds that are connected to the L gate. And basically, I think the idea here at this point is going to be that I take the unbidden from that angle, right? So like at Darillion, we've more or less kind of got we'll have a stronghold. Essentially what I want to start doing is I want to start getting rid of the pockets, and then we'll sort of go back to that place where they originally popped out. But again, it just involves so much effort, because you just need one bad placement and all of a sudden you're down like 4 or 5 systems.
Construction complete.
This is going to go very badly for me. Yeah, we lost a battleship on that. 2 battleships. Those are not the numbers you want to see. Oh my god, and they still have 3 fleets in the area. I'm not moving off of Darillion. Every time we've done that, we've regretted it, but it's going to be scary for a little while.
Technology acquired.
You've been disconnected from Paradox Online Services, possibly because you logged in somewhere else. Some services will not work correctly until you log in again. Well, that's definitely not true. My internet's still working. I'm still streaming. But I am probably going to have to wrap it up because I'm already an hour over. And I'm sorry that so much of it has just been me complaining about the playthrough.
Boom. We built something.
Okay. This did turn out in our favor here. I hate to do this, but I kind of need to chase them at this point. Okay, so clearly here what we want to do is start working on improving Shorax. Okay, this is silly. I don't even understand where these came from. I mean, we have one option here, right? Which is just to keep with the strategy. We gotta clear the rot where we find it, and then move on. But it's obvious, we're gonna be down Vite, we're gonna be down Fuela, and then wherever they decide to go afterward. Nihal. Okay, so we're gonna be down the moats. Yeah, man, this is really, really tough to... It's really, really tough to stick with. Especially, too, because, like, obviously these kinds of distractions are resulting in me neglecting the base upgrades. So again, we've probably got Chatlib taken care of, but there's a lot more we can be working on. Armor doesn't mean anything. Defense platform damage is tempting. I think I'll just do synth leaders so I can say that we finished that research. So obviously with my influence, I want to take care of these systems first. Okay, so this one's got to head back to the home system to get replacements. This group's got to go and try and stop whatever madness is about to happen outside of Fuela. Once Hixeros is reclaimed, then we can start worrying about building defenses in the Zorican black hole and all of that. I wonder how long it takes to build defensive platforms. I don't seem to remember it taking that long, but...
Boom! We built something.
Hey, Ed Baver. I'm actually going to be wrapping up reasonably soon, but good to see you again. I'm definitely struggling with the Unbidden.
Boom! We built something.
I thought I sort of had a handle on it, but then it started to run away from me. So it's been a bit of a challenging stream. I've been trying to put a brave face on a lot of it, but I think I've just been getting a bit impatient with the game, and it's probably not been very fun to watch. Okay, I didn't exactly want to do this fight, but well, at least we didn't lose any more ships. Yeah, I'd love to spend more time on this, but I'm really trying to keep on top of just like regular bedtimes and like not. There's a bunch of stuff that I do after stream, and for a while I was sort of sacrificing that to stream longer. But the problem is that just stressed me out even more. Because like it's like reading and like a great example of something I wish I did more. I haven't actually been blogging that much, and there's stuff that I've like written or wanted to write and even started to write in some cases, and just because I've tried to put in the extra time in terms of streaming, I've wound up falling behind or just time goes by and the subject isn't as relevant as it was before. And the problem is that like I would like to do more of that. It's actually something that makes me quite happy to do, and I tend to get a little restless when I can't do it. So with that in mind, I've been trying to be a little more sort of conscientious of those needs. Okay. I think I'll let them come to me. Again, I'm sort of stuck with this decision as to whether or not I build more ships in the shipyard. So I guess it's just a matter of time in terms of being able to, like, build... Yeah, so I mean, I guess the question would be, like, what am I gaining by saving all of these alloys? I would like to have another fleet, even though it's going to cost me more. So let's go up to another... So I think it's like 13 battleships. So I'm just going to take a second here. I apparently don't know how to use my calculator anymore. So with the 160, so in that case we need another 24... So that's another 16 battleships. Okay, let's queue that up. Okay. I'm also going to take a quick second here to do... I probably needed to do this a while ago. Wow, we need a governor. Okay, so this is going to be reassign people where they need to be. Actually, it just occurred to me I probably have a... Nope, no Raxar clerks. Cool. Oh, it just occurred to me, Kuiper Prime probably isn't generating... Oh yeah, no, they're generating as Asians. That's what they should be doing. Have you ever run into the Unbidden Enbaver? This is what they do. So normally, the last time we had the Unbidden show up, we just lost. I've run into it one other time before, and it was a pretty swift defeat. But in this particular case here, what seems to be the case is that they have jump technology. So in addition to the fact that they are a crisis that moves very, very fast early on. And incidentally, so the last time I ran into them, there's not just the one Unbidden. There is entirely possible there's going to be another batch that shows up. I'm assuming, based on the fact that we've been in this crisis for a while, that it's probably conditional on like a certain amount of conquest. So basically, like, yeah, it gets worse because there's more Unbidden, but on the other hand, you like they sort of fight each other. So you can sort of decide whether or not that's an improvement or not. But basically, so when the Unbidden take a system, they set up a like a base, a 44k strength base. And the problem that I'm having with it is that because they've got that jump tech, they can kind of jump into any weak system, and they can set up a moderately strong base. And if I try to build defensive structures, it requires exactly one jump on their part. And they're able to undo all of the tech. So, like, for example here, right? Like, I'm going to be spending 438 on a Star Fortress. So I need to keep this fleet here and not do anything else. Because the one time I moved this fleet away, sure enough, something came out of this area and took out the defensive structure. So basically, they have very substantial advantages in terms of movement and what happens when they're able to take out a system. And I kind of don't have a comparable advantage. So that's basically how they got out of hand. I feel like it's something that I'm still going to be able to get a handle on it at some point, but it's definitely a struggle. And we used to have, maybe an example, not that long ago, we had 1,000 influence. And as you can see, we're struggling to get enough influence to be able to sort of level up our existing bases. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to continue with the strategy of locking down the areas that I need to. So getting fleets where they need to be to kind of defend the structures that need support. And I'm just very slowly going to be, upgrading all of the bases that I have. Interesting. So at least Chatlib will be getting its defense platform soon. So in this case here, I'm just going to go, I'm going to try and pursue all of the unbidden in this area here.
Boom! We built something.
I don't even know what the science ship was doing. All right. Again, just doing a quick audit of the sections. Okay. It's actually kind of tempting to take this system, but I guess I'm already invested in Derelian, so let's try and boost the alloys a bit.
Found some enemies.
So again, we're just going to try and knock back the bad guys as much as we can.
Technology acquired.
Transgenic crops offer the nutritional elements of several standard food crops in one convenient package. We're not quite at the limit for capacity, so I think I was going to do the free building slot. So adaptive ecology, the highest function of ecology is the understanding of consequences. Now, this is kind of helpful because now that I've got the free building slot, that means that I can change my planets. So we still have a big surplus of housing, but what I can do here is I can replace it with either a mining or an industrial district. And I can do that for all of my worlds. I wonder why I split them this way. So I have a feeling this is going to put a really big strain on my minerals, but I do need to continue making the tools of war. This you don't see every day. In this case, I will do the mining district. Oops. So this we've got more room than what we know what to do with. I feel a little bad that I'm doing it this way, but I am going to focus on those raw resources. Whew. Wow. Okay. Like I said, that's probably going to have some big consequences for the overall mineral wealth, but minerals are relatively inexpensive. Okay, let's also do a quick audit of the construction ships. I know I keep threatening to wrap up the stream. I am actually going to have to properly end it, though. Let's see how we can at least clear these out, though.
Something.
Okay, and I'm going to start trying to claim as much of this as I can. I'm going to ignore the Zorican black hole for a little while, just because obviously we've struggled with that so many times, and we're just not going to solve that today. Maybe if I had a good presence in the terminal egress, there'd be a reasonable argument. Okay, wasn't expecting to be able to activate the new Baal relic, so let's go to Kuiper. Size 17, 20, 25. And obviously the colony ship goes to the top of the queue. I was writing an IOU for myself, so I owe myself 9 battleships now. So once I get the defensive structures in place, the plan's going to be to invest in some more star bases with anchorages. Now, obviously, that's gonna take a while. Actually, it just occurred to me that probably defense platforms also count towards naval capacity. So we're going to see a very large, bill for maintaining this navy. But it is a price I am absolutely willing to pay. Man, this pisses me off. Like, I put all this effort into getting the Unbidden out of the way. None of it stops them from like coming in and just wrecking my territory, but the Tekras multi-system, which is not even really like, this is not a natural extension for them, is just like, yeah, I'll take Amlitzer now. I mean, I do this to the AI too, right? So, you know, fair enough, but it is beyond frustrating to just see this happen so many times, especially with my influence so low. All right, let's get somebody back on. I think at this point I need either a maniac or my most senior. Senior engineer. Okay, where's the Lord Kluman? It occurred to me I probably could hire a hire from the curators as well, but we'll save the cash. But yeah, I'm sorry for the more complainy bits of the broadcast. I try to be a little bit better at not carrying it through. But I guess the biggest thing is that, like, so I think it's fair to say that we're ahead in terms of the crisis. Like, I think we are in a position where we can fairly say that we are, we're able to handle the Unbidden. It would be hard to see a situation right now where the Unbidden are able to eliminate my species. It's also fair to say that I do not see an end to this anytime soon. Like, I just definitely see a very long, drawn-out encounter where I'm going to be making these incremental gains, and then I'll potentially have like one slip up, and I just see so much stuff kind of fall apart. And I don't know, I sometimes wonder if there's a better way. Obviously, I like Stellaris a lot, and I would not want to...
Imagine the profit margins on this tech.
I don't want to overstate the difficulty or the lack of enjoyment I have on this. But like, I will admit, especially after the last hour and a half, I'm actually feeling really tired, and I wasn't at the start of this. I was definitely looking forward to playing Stellaris. I think it would be fair to say, though, I'm guessing you'd all like to see how this turns out, even if it were to be like a YouTube series or something else. Because what I may need to do is just roll the save back to the... I know, like, on the 12th is when the new DLC comes out. So if I'm not able to wrap this up in time, I definitely think I'm going to... I don't want to like leave it hanging either. So... Equipped with a personality, synthetics will finally be able to interact socially on equal terms with the rest of our citizens. Some units may even assume leadership roles. I think probably investment... Well, yeah, we'll put it into the... I think the cheapest tech that directly benefits an encounter with the Unbidden is probably the right one. I don't have strong feelings about it one way or the other. It did change during the middle of the playthrough for me, which was a bit of a challenge to deal with, but I didn't find it overwhelming, let's say. I did notice there were a couple of times where I wound up there were a couple of times where the influence I felt sorry, I think I'm looking at the wrong ship. Nope, that was one of the idle ones. I do notice that there's a few more circumstances where how do I put it? Like, I've had less to do with influence, and as a result, I've had a stockpile that just sits there not being used. But I definitely feel like Unity is more useful now, because I think it did what it was intended to do. I am building things differently than I was before that change, and maybe I would wait until I'm at the end of like a full playthrough, or when I've sort of made. Like I've really sort of sat down and thought about the consequences. But like, I'll be honest with you, like the way I'm feeling about this right now, I would definitely focus on a certain way that the Unbidden is working in single player is probably my bigger one. But that's also just me addressing kind of the immediate term concern. But yeah, I guess the biggest thing that I have is like, I'm really not good with questions of like, people seem mad about X. What do you think about X? And I'm like, well,
We built something.
you know, unless it's specifically the thing I'm annoyed about right now, I don't,
Construction
like, I don't have a
complete.
whole lot that I can sort of say to that sort of stuff. I think as a whole, people tend to really like hanging on to the old ways of things. So unless it's something that's sort of universally regarded as broken and desperately in need of change, I think generally you're going to see people. I think generally you're just going to see people lean towards like disliking something changing, and particularly in the case of like the way that Unity and the admin cap work. Like, so basically the admin cap, like, I had a bunch of systems which were sort of dedicated towards generating a change to the administrative cap. And what happened was those worlds needed to become Unity worlds. And I suppose there's just something to be said about making some decisions about when I would like to use Unity towards overall improvements to my empire, as opposed to using Unity,
Construction complete.
you know, for administrative purposes. I don't know, like, I think there's probably something to that. I think, you know,
Another bleeding edge technology discovered.
I don't know how interesting it is to be put into a situation where you have to dedicate a certain amount of your slots towards admin cap is necessarily any better. Like, if you were to just sit down and reason through how you would want to build a game, I'm not entirely sure that's the system that you would choose. Whereas saying that, hey, you've got this resource, it's kind of important, Unity, you know, and it's tied, like, if you think about it, right, like, Unity here is definitely tied to the Empire sprawl. So if you have lots of scientists and admirals and all of that has a Unity cost. If you have too many edicts, that has a Unity cost. And if you're really focused on Unity, you're laughing. And that's obviously different from just saying, is like, okay, well, I need to make sure that I've got like 10% of my building units are administrative centers. Like, I don't know. It seems to me like a fairly reasonable way of getting to what I think the admin cap is supposed to represent, and what Unity is supposed to represent. You know, obviously we're playing a game which is sort of, you know, continuing to be updated and developed, you know, supported through the DLC, but and I suppose just to a certain extent, sorry, I just need to make sure I'm selling this stuff properly. Wow, we're actually doing pretty well for minerals, so I'll roll that back by 100. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't see that much to worry about, to be honest.
Hostile fleet. Can we take them? Construction complete.
I can get that it's different, but I need a little bit more to see why it's bad, let's say.
Boom. We built something.
Okay. I guess I said I was going to get that long, snaky column, and then that would be it. All my scientists are dying. Okay, in this case, I am actually going to talk to the... Oh, we're doing pretty well for cash. Sorry, I just need a minute to think. I'll let the month roll over, and then I'll call it. Can we recruit one of your scientists? We are willing to pledge the services of one of our most brilliant scientists to your cause. This is not an offer we make to just anyone, you understand. A suitable donation, of course, will be necessary before traveling arrangements can be made. Of course, you shall have your donation. Excellent! You now have unfettered access to one of the greatest minds of our time. So one of the reasons I'm doing that for physics is that's tied to the shield technology. So I kind of want to give that a little bit of an edge where I can. Okay, I owe you 7 battleships. So I feel like I started 2 or 3 sentences and then just completely failed to deliver them, so... Oh, wait, unemployed Raxar? Damn it. Yeah, I've got so many jobs to fill, and it's just because I don't have any proper Raxar. Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, but they won't leave. Right, that's their homeworld. I'm just trying to think where else I might find some Raxar clerks. Oh, that's promising. Okay, caster, I just need to make sure that I'm not going to... Okay, I just need one more. So obviously there's a ton of stuff that I can be doing in terms of messing this around. Like obviously there's quite a few jobs that I can get these Raxar to do under other circumstances, but I just wanted to get my employment around. I think I said I was going to let the month go by just to balance the books, and then we'd say it's done. Fading fast, so you're going to head out. Cheers for the stream. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you, Olaf. I actually need to get some sleep myself. I think this is a decent place to go. So I didn't really get a clear answer, I think, in terms of whether or not people would like to see this playthrough continue. I'm going to take that as a yes. I mean, I personally would like to see where it goes. I think one way or the other, I might just try and do sort of some solo play on my own, just so I can kind of get through the grindier bits. So just, you know, I'll put it to you this way. There's two things that can potentially happen. Number one, I might just continue this offline on, you know, on my own, in which case that'll be uploaded to YouTube. The other challenge is potentially if I do wind up doing... Overlord, obviously that would be a reason to do the new DLC, and so do a new run and all of that. Again, I've no idea if I am going to be doing Overlord though, so that's a whole other question. So the two possibilities are that I do this offline, at which case I do YouTube videos, and then there's the possibility that I do... Well, yeah, because I would need, like, the game ends in like 2500, and so I would want to get myself, like, I mean, I'm at number 1 now, I think largely due to the contribution to the crisis. So I would want to make it another 50 years and win. Because that would be my first win against the thing that in the previous run defeated me. So obviously I would want to do that. But yeah, the other possibility that I'm thinking here would be I do extra streams. And I realize that makes it difficult for figuring out. So I know some of you just come here for Stellaris on Mondays. So if that's what winds up happening, the best I can say is normally if I'm doing something, particularly if I'm doing an extra stream, I will usually announce that on Twitter. And then, of course, if you're following the channel, I know Twitch has notifications if you want to be notified. I do properly label the game. I don't do, like, silly... well, I mean, I'll sometimes put a little personality in the announcements, but the title of the game that I am playing will always be in the title. So if I'm doing Stellaris, it will say, you know, System Shock's going live with Stellaris. And I think, like, you can get options to get emails and stuff like that. I'm not going to take it personally if you don't go for an email notification. But yeah, I think that's going to be how I handle it. So on the odd chance that you are interested in seeing the rest of the playthrough and you wind up missing the details, the majority of the time for my next few sort of turns in the game are going to be this. I'm going to have fleets babysitting these like these citadels, right? So I've got space for a bunch of defensive platforms. I've already sort of designed them to be ideal against the unbidden. Everything that we've got right now is sort of tailored to take on the unbidden. And I'm at a point now where I'm well above my naval capacity. In fact, we're going over the naval capacity because of these extra defense platforms. And again, I'm like, that's the cost of doing business. I do not want to get caught flat-footed against the unbidden. So the first thing is just a matter of making sure that ships are in place to allow Derelian, Fruella, Shorax, Chatlib, and Soao. I just need those to get to the point where they are able to sustain a bunch of defensive platforms. What we will then do, actually, it looks like we've already got a problem. We've got a problem and we actually don't have a fleet to handle it. I don't feel good about that. Okay, I am actually going to unpause. I don't feel good about this because I'm going to be jumping in and attacking them from a position of weakness, but I guess I do need at least one sort of free fleet to be able to deal with these. But yeah, so basically after actually this went reasonably well. Maybe I should feel safe leaving Fruella on its own for a bit. I don't know. I have a feeling that I'm going to regret that choice, but the Nar Consciousness and the Techaris are sort of locking it down, so... So basically the idea is going to be that once these... oh, God damn it. I'll just meet him in Beta Corby. But yeah, basically the idea here is going to be that... Oh, they're not claiming the system, they're just... Oh! That's even more annoying than I thought. But yeah, basically the idea is that I'm trying to buy myself the time. You're kidding me. Trying to buy myself the time to be able to get these defensive platforms up and then just have all of my fleets focus on the Zorakan black hole. And that's going to get me access not only to the black hole, but the terminal egress. And in fact, what I want to do is I want to base all my fleets in terminal egress. Because at that point, it doesn't really matter if the defense platform's up or not. The fleets are going to be able to handle it. And then essentially what we do is we wind up jumping, to all the different, L gates and, kind of claim them for ourselves and so on and so forth. But that's going to be like the plan. Like essentially getting the L cluster back, now that we've got fleets that are capable of handling the Unbidden, that's kind of going to be my main focus for being able to do all of this. So they must be dealt with.
We've got to shake
In this
those
case,
hostiles.
I'm close enough to kind of clear them out and move back. Okay, for real this time. Deal with the pirates, and then I gotta go. Oh god, that makes me feel real nervous.
Boom. We built something.
Okay, Shorax is now... Okay, it's on its way to becoming a citadel, so that's a milestone for us. Missile battery, hangar bay, gun batteries for everyone. Kill their shields, make the defensive platforms better, get that cap up. So they're going to be working on this for a while. Oops. Okay, I owe me 6 battleships. But yeah, so as you can see, like this is definitely going to be a long grind, and the problem is like, so the decision that I made to move away from Fuela, well, if that turns out to be the target of an attack of some kind, all of that effort I put in goes away. So yeah, it's it's fraught. It's probably going to take a long time, and I'll kind of do my best with what I've been given here. But that's generally the plan for the next little while. I'm trying to remember if I've still got a. Oh man, I can life seed a world, and right, Kuiper Tertius. Okay, that's for a consideration for another time. So if you, if for whatever reason you wind up missing sort of the intermediate stuff, or I do a recording on YouTube or whatever, basically these are going to become impenetrable citadels, I'm hoping, or something approximating an impenetrable citadel. I'll probably also make sure that all of the other, like, I don't think Castor is quite at full... Oh, wow, they really are. Okay, never mind. So yeah, I'll probably do a few more improvements and all of that just to make sure that the borders are really locked down. But from that point, I'll have... Ideally, what I'll do is I'll say, it's like, okay, we are feeling secure enough in our position that I now have got 6 fleets full of battleships that are custom designed for taking out the Unbidden. And then what we do is we take the L cluster. What I might even do is just have little sort of squads of 3. So if we've got 1, 2, 3, sorry, was it? Yeah, 6. So basically I could maybe keep a squad of 3 in terminal egress, and then the other squad of 3 we just sort of send out. So the first batch kind of clears out this little area up here. And then we take a squad of 3 and we maybe clear out this little area here. And then another squad of 3 and we start taking out these pockets. And then my plan would be that this would be the last batch in this corner. Although maybe I should start there because, you know, it does mean that they're able potentially to jump some ships in. But again, that's all kind of well into the future. Although again, it is maybe worth mentioning that once I've secured 3 of the like the sectors that I want, like in terms of the citadels and such, I actually have that little hit squad ready to be able to go and try and take the terminal egress. So maybe I focus on that next. One way or the other, though, that's all going to be decided at another time. I'm now an hour and a half past where I was going to go. I do apologize. I realize this probably was not as fun to watch as some of the other streams, and that's just I do find this a very wearying crisis now that I've had to go after it for a little while. I think if I wanted to say, it's like, other than the fact that I'm having some difficulty with this and, you know, I've lost to it before, what's the biggest source of frustration for me? It's probably the fact that they get to build those bases. Biggest source of frustration. In response, or like, sorry, I get to build those bases immediately after taking a sector. So I don't know. I think either getting rid of the jump for them, or putting some kind of a delay, like just having a construction ship like somebody, you know, like any other species would do, I sort of feel like would moderate that. Anyways, a matter to discuss for another time. Plans for this week, Wednesday, I believe it should be Industries of Titan. There might be Phantom Brigade, though. It depends, whichever the newer of the two updates. And then Friday, I've noticed I've been doing a lot of Starflight lately, and I'd actually enjoy doing some more Starflight as well. So those are the general plans right now. But of course, if Overlord comes up, that will probably be something I want to play sooner rather than later. If I have an opportunity to stream this particular playthrough again, I'd like a chance to do that as well. But as always, those are... Yes, Starflight, the 1987, I think, EA. It's a game that actually had a huge influence on Mass Effect. I didn't think I was going to be big on it originally, but I've really been enjoying it. I think I've done it like the last 3 weeks. Yeah, so I played it my first time a couple of weeks ago, and I found it surprisingly enjoyable. But anyways, oh, I didn't know that Steam has it. So I've got one on GOG, which is working all right for me, and I believe you can get it through EA Origin. I don't know how that one works, but yeah, I would definitely say, not to advertise for GOG, I've got issues with GOG, but the GOG version worked rather well for me. But anyways, that may be an option for Friday. But I gotta wrap up. It's actually getting close to midnight, which means I probably should just go to bed. But I do have some stuff that I need to get through, and I'm gonna do my best. Thank you everybody for putting up with me. I will try to be a bit chipper next week, even if the game winds up putting the screws to me. And I'll as soon as I know exactly how this playthrough is gonna wind up going, you know, I'll mention that on Twitter. I'll upload it to YouTube. I'll do whatever I can, but I need to figure that out for myself. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you in the next one. Take care.